Chapter 1594. Tomb Robber has the ability to predict the future? Could it be that this person has a divination, holy talisman? Xiaohe pondered. If someone had the ability to predict the future, it could only guess that it had something to do with the divination, holy talisman. The ability to predict the future was extremely rare. Moreover, predicting the future was a heaven-defying ability. The person who had this ability must have something to do with the divination, holy talisman. I've told you everything I know. I think it's time for you to leave my territory, right? The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave said coldly. He, of course. Xiaohe spoke in an ambiguous manner. Immediately, the surrounding dragon figures rushed out like a monstrous tsunami and instantly wrapped around the ice coffin. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave did not expect Xiaohe to suddenly attack. For a moment, she fell into Xiaohe's trap. Great Nether Saint Dragon, you've gone too far. A furious voice rang out. Then, the dragon shadows that surrounded the ice coffin instantly shattered. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, who had been lying in the ice coffin, suddenly opened it. She stepped into the air and shot towards the giant coffin like an arrow. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Grotto was worthy of being an expert at the earthly immortal realm when he was alive. At this moment, the might he erupted with caused even Zhua, who was watching from afar, to tremble in fear. This was a natural reaction when facing an expert. Die! The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave stretched out her hand. A cold wind blew. The cold air in the entire area transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky and slammed onto the great nether dragon coffin. Boom! The great nether dragon coffin was directly sent flying by the giant hand. Since Zhuowen was connected to Xiaohe, he could clearly hear Xiaohe's muffled groan. Obviously, this palm had caused quite a lot of damage to it. Humph! Xiaohe snorted coldly. Then he took the great nether dragon coffin and turned into a ray of black light and disappeared. You want to run after hitting me? Not so fast. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Grotto gnashed her teeth. She wished for nothing more than to pull out Xiaohe's tendons and peel off her bones. With a single step, she directly chased after the supreme nether dragon coffin. As the Snow Lotus Cave master had almost lost her mind, she did not understand why the great abyss holy dragon had not come out of the coffin to fight her. After all, being in the coffin greatly restricted one's strength. This was also the reason why the Snow Lotus Cave master had opened the coffin to pursue the great abyss holy dragon. Of course, opening the coffin once would greatly affect one's lifespan. If the Snow Lotus Cave's cave master wasn't flustered and exasperated, she wouldn't have chosen to open the coffin. After Xiaohe and the cave master of the Snow Lotus Grotto fled into the distance, a black shadow suddenly shot out from an inconspicuous and gloomy place. This black shadow was extremely swift, and its target was clear as it flashed towards the ice coffin. Rumble! However, when the black figure reached out his hand and touched the ice coffin, a gust of cold air flowed up his arm and into his body like maggots in a tarsal bone. A mere ice coffin dares to show off? The black figure snorted coldly. His right eye turned icy blue, while his left eye turned fiery red. The two colors merged together, and the dark cold poison and 9 flames karmic fire were also released by the black figure. They merged into a huge palace of ice and fire in the air. The palace of ice and fire suddenly pressed down. Although the ice coffin tried its best to resist, it was only an inanimate object. Soon, the palace of ice and fire completely suppressed it. After doing all this, the black figure waved his right hand, and the palace of ice and fire shrank to the size of a palm before it flew into his palm. Let's go! After keeping the palace of ice and fire, the black figure swiftly left the place at lightning speed. Not long after the black figure left the Snow Lotus Cave, Master returned with a gloomy expression. The Great Abyss Holy Dragon was just too slippery. Although she had almost beaten the Great Abyss Dragon Coffin to a pulp, the Great Abyss Holy Dragon still managed to escape in the end. Don't let me see you again. If I find out that you've returned to the Dead Swamp, I'll make a clean break with you, even if I have to sacrifice the lifespan that I've accumulated over the years. The Snow Lotus Cave Master gritted her teeth as she flew to the frozen land at lightning speed. However, when she arrived at the frozen land, she was completely stunned. This was because the ice coffin that originally contained her body was nowhere to be found. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Snow Lotus Cave. Master refused to believe it. She kept searching in the frozen land, and when she finally confirmed that her ice coffin was missing, she fell silent. This silence lasted for a long time before she almost roared, "Great Abyss Holy Dragon, I'll never forgive you." This voice was extremely distant, and it almost spread across the entire Serene Corpse extremity. In a rather barren valley, a black figure carrying an ice coffin naturally heard the roar. His body involuntarily trembled, and his speed increased. I didn't expect the Snow Lotus Cave Master to return so quickly. I wonder how Xiaohei is doing? This black figure was none other than Zhuowen. He had taken advantage of the time when the Snow Lotus Cave Master was chasing after Xiaohei to retrieve the ice coffin. This was the plan that Xiaohei had told him earlier, and he had indeed successfully executed it. However, Zhuowen was currently worried about Xiaohei's situation. Although the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin contained the pressure left behind by Xiaohei when he was at his peak, the seal had been broken by someone before. Given Xiaohei's current state, it would be difficult for him to face the Snow Lotus Cave Master. Swoosh! Just as Zhuowen thought of this, a sonic boom suddenly sounded from the other side of the valley, alerting Zhuowen. However, when Zhuowen discovered the source of the sonic boom, the alertness on his face gradually receded. This was because the object flying towards him was the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin. However, the surface of the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin was currently covered in cracks, and it was completely dim. It looked like an old man in his twilight years. When the Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin arrived in front of Zhuowen, the huge coffin completely shattered. A black figure flew out and landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. "Xiaohei, are you all right?" Zhuowen looked at the exhausted Xiaohei on his shoulder with a sliver of surprise in his eyes. He could not help but ask. Xiaohei waved his hand and said, "That bitch is really serious. She actually kept chasing me. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not in good condition right now, I would have beaten her up long ago. How could I allow her to be so arrogant?" As he spoke, Xiaohei's gaze landed on the ice coffin on Zhuowen's back. He laughed gloatingly. "However, it's a good thing that you took back that bitch's ice coffin. This Dragon Lord's efforts were not in vain. This time, I'm going to anger that bitch to death. Since you've obtained the ice coffin, it's time to go back, right?" Zhuowen asked. "Yes, you're right. It's time to go back. However, what's infuriating is that this Dragon Lord's dragon corpse was stolen by someone. It's really infuriating." Thinking of the empty Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin, Xiaohei's expression became a little ugly. His dragon body was inside, and it was stolen just like that. Xiaohei was flustered and exasperated. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an extremely violent rumbling sound faintly came from the ground. Following that, an intense battle could be heard in the distance. What's going on? There seems to be a battle ahead. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared ahead. That seemed to be where the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was. Could it be that the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave had discovered that the ice coffin was missing and went crazy? That's the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave? Zhuowen raised his head and immediately saw an ice-cold lady in a snow-white dress hovering in the sky. Her eyes were still closed, as if she was in a deep sleep. The instant the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was hovering in the sky, several black figures with terrifying auras suddenly rushed out from below. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was immediately surrounded by these black figures with terrifying auras. There were a total of 9 people in this group. Each of them had a terrifying aura, giving Zhuowen an extremely dangerous feeling. Something worthy of mentioning was that the leader of the 9 people was a gray-robed old man with a withered figure. His gaze was sharp like a hawk's as he stared coldly at the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, and it actually caused the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave to reveal a fearful expression. This gray-robed old man isn't simple. His aura is even more exuberant than the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. He's an old monster at the earthly immortal saint stage. Moreover, the 8 cultivators following by this old man's side are all saints at the heaven-defying saint stage. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder, and its gaze had become extremely heavy. An earthly immortal saint stage, and 8 saints at the heaven-defying saint stage. Isn't this lineup too terrifying? Could it be that these 9 people are also dead people that were buried in the Nether Corpse extremis? Zhuowen spoke with extreme surprise. No, they're all living people. Moreover, they ought to be living people that came in from the outside world. I just don't know exactly why they've come in. Xiao He shook its head. Zhuowen had really never seen an earthly, immortal saint stage expert. Now, this gray-robed old man that gave him extreme pressure from afar was an earthly immortal realm expert, and it was absolutely shocking to Zhuowen. Moreover, this wasn't a dead person from the Nether Corpse extremis, but a living person with exuberant vital energy and blood. Zhuowen licked his slightly dry lips and said to Xiao He, should we approach and observe the situation now? At this moment, a wisp of burning desire surged out from Zhuowen's eyes. The person before him was an earthly immortal realm expert, and he'd never seen such an expert. If he was able to observe the battle between such experts, then it could be said to be extremely beneficial to him, and it might even be helpful to his advancement into the immortal saint stage in the future. Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen. How could it not know what Zhuowen was thinking at this moment? After pondering for a moment, Xiao He said in a deep voice, "The earthly immortal realm expert is too powerful. If you don't conceal your presence well, then it'll be very easy for him to sense you. At that time, you'll really be in trouble." Zhuowen's face fell at this point. He knew that since Xiao He had said that, then there was probably no hope. However, the Supreme Abyss Dragon Coffin can still be used. Stick the fragments of the coffin around you and conceal your presence completely. Perhaps you'll be able to avoid the detection of the earthly immortal realm expert, but you have to be careful. Xiao He changed the topic. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly when he heard that. He hurriedly put away the ice coffin into his spirit ring and collected the fragments of the Supreme Abyss Dragon Coffin. Under Xiao He's guidance, he stuck them all around his body. At the same time, he used a concealment technique to deeply conceal his presence. Let's go. Chapter 1595. Prophet clammed behind a rock wall about 1,000 meters away from the frozen world. Zhuowen stopped and completely concealed his aura. Through a crack, Zhuowen looked at the 10 people facing each other in the frozen world. To be more precise, the 9 of them had completely surrounded the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. However, the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave had an extremely gloomy expression on her face. "It's you again? You came here more than 1,000 years ago. Why are you here again today? What's the meaning of this?" The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave looked past the 9 people, and finally stopped at a petite figure at the bottom. The petite figure was a lowly who looked to be about 12 years old. The lowly's eyes were closed, and her aura was weak. She was like an ordinary person without any cultivation base. Behind the 12-year-old, lowly stood a tall and straight middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's aura was also extremely powerful, although it was not as powerful as the gray-robed old man. It was much more powerful than the 8 heaven-defying saint stage experts. Zhuowen also looked at the lowly with a puzzled expression. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave seemed to be more afraid of the lowly than the gray-robed old man. Could it be that the lowly who looked like an ordinary person was even more terrifying than the gray-robed old man? The lowly stood quietly on the spot and did not answer at all. Instead, the gray-robed old man said indifferently, "Cave master of Snow Lotus Cave from 30,000 years ago, our prophet clan has some matters that we need your cooperation with. We hope you can make a trip back to the Central Plains with us." The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave's face immediately turned gloomy. She looked around and said coldly, 8,000 years ago, you guys went to the Dead Swamp and were refused entry. Now, you're targeting me? Do you think I'm easier to bully than that shameless snake? This be asterisk TCH. How dare she call me a shameless snake? How hateful! Xiao Hei's indignant voice suddenly sounded in the sea of consciousness. Are you talking about the great Nether Saint Dragon in the Dead Swamp? We didn't get the cold shoulder. The only thing left of the Great Abyss Holy Dragon was a collapsed dragon corpse. Even its soul is gone. I'm afraid the burial failed, causing its soul to collapse. The gray-robed elder shook his head. When they first entered the Dead Swamp, they thought that it would take some effort to get rid of the great Nether Holy Dragon, but they didn't expect that there would only be an empty dragon corpse inside. It was just that the seal of the great Nether Dragon coffin took some effort. What? That shameless snake, only great Nether Saint Dragon corpse? You're lying, right? Didn't I see that shameless snake provoking me with the supreme Nether Dragon coffin? The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave snorted coldly. The gray-robed elder shook his head. He did not wish to waste his breath with the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. He continued, I don't wish to waste my breath with you. I believe that with our current lineup and your current condition, it is impossible to stop them. Even if you do your best to resist, I'm afraid that it will be useless. At that time, you will only waste the lifespan that you have accumulated with great difficulty. Translation is translation. The Lord, Lord Master. You have no other choice. The gray-robed old man said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the terrifying aura in his body erupted like a volcano that was ready to erupt. Under the aura, the surrounding space within a few thousand feet turned into a vacuum. Everything came to a standstill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the 8 heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artists joined forces. Various power of law, accompanied by Saint energy, burst out from their hands. The power of the 10 people gathered together and formed a huge net in the sky. It suddenly enveloped the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave snorted coldly. She stomped her foot, and a terrifying snowstorm swept out from the void behind her. It was vast and mighty, forming several terrifying snowstorm giants. There were a total of 4 blizzard giants, and each of them was indomitable. The 4 blizzard giants punched out together, and the space exploded. The power of ice and snow spread out, and even the space seemed to be frozen. Rumble! 4 snow giants blasted out at the same time and smashed into the net formed by the Saint energy. Then there was a terrifying explosion, and the space shook. The net was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time. Swoosh! However, the gray-robed old man stepped into the void, and a skinny claw pressed down on the net. Instantly, terrifying celestial saint force gathered on the net. The originally shaky net suddenly became much more tenacious and terrifying. It covered the 4 berserk giants and pressed them down. The berserk giants even knelt on the ground, as if they couldn't withstand the heavy pressure. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave's face changed drastically. She pointed her jade-like hands at the 4 snowstorm giants. Rumble! The snowstorm giants roared and exploded one after another, forming a terrifying snowstorm. In an instant, the net that had become even more tenacious was shattered into pieces. The snowstorm became more and more terrifying. It swept across an area of a few hundred miles and affected the nearby tombs. Fortunately, the owners of the tombs were not ordinary people. Under the orders of the owners of the tombs, the soldiers guarding the tombs used their superpowers to block the aftermath of the snowstorm. Thud, 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 thud. 8 heaven-defying saints groaned as they were pushed back by the violent snowstorm. They were pushed back by hundreds and thousands of steps. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man took dozens of steps back as he squinted his eyes. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave is not simple. I guess she was one of the best in the earthly immortal realm when she was alive. Looking at the increasingly terrifying snowstorm, Zhuowen was moved. This snowstorm was enough to tear an ordinary heavenly saint into pieces. Even with Zhuowen's phenomenal saint body, it would be difficult for him to face such a terrifying snowstorm. As the snowstorm became larger, the figure of the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was completely submerged in it. It was impossible to see her figure clearly. Break through this snowstorm. He Lao moved 20 steps to the left, 100 steps forward, and 50 steps deeper. Use all your strength, and the snowstorm will break by itself. A tender voice suddenly rang in the empty space. The owner of the voice was none other than the Lolita, who was standing not far away. The strange thing was that the gray-robed old man cupped his hands respectfully at the Lolita. Then he followed the Lolita's instructions and moved 20 steps to the left, 100 steps forward, and entered the deepest part of the snowstorm. Fortunately, the gray-robed old man's strength was profound. The celestial saint power covered his body and blocked the powerful tearing force of the terrifying snowstorm. After about 10 breaths, the terrifying snowstorm suddenly came to a stop. Soon after, the snowstorm, which had been constantly spreading, finally stopped spreading and collapsed. With a muffled groan, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave flew out in a sorry state. The 8 of you will form an octagonal formation and stand in 8 directions around the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave. Intercept her from the left front. She's at her weakest now. Use your strengths to attack her weaknesses. The Lolita spoke again. The 8 saints of the heaven-defying saint stage did not object. They dashed out and transformed into 8 figures. They formed an octagonal formation and intercepted the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave from the left front. Just like what the Lolita had said, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was indeed at her weakest now. She had not recovered from the snowstorm yet. Unexpectedly, the 8 of them took advantage of this opportunity. He Lao, take out the immortal binding rope. Be quick. The Loli spoke again. The gray-robed elder did not dare to be negligent. He took out an ordinary-looking rope from his spirit ring. However, the moment the rope was thrown out by the gray-robed elder like a snake, countless shadows of the rope filled the sky, forming thousands of shadows. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could even react, she was tightly bound by the immortal binding rope and could not move at all. What's the origin of this group of people? They actually captured the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave so easily. Also, what's the origin of that little girl? She actually saw through the flaw of the snowstorm cast by the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave with just a glance. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen was shocked. He knew clearly how powerful the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was, and how terrifying the snowstorm was. However, it was all destroyed under this little girl's guidance. Without a doubt, the little girl's guidance hit the nail on the head. Damn it! These people must be the group of people who took away my dragon corpse 1,000 years ago. In the Sea of Consciousness, Xiao He said with an extremely ugly expression. Previously, the gray-robed old man mentioned the Prophet clan. This group of people should be from that so-called Prophet clan. Isn't this Prophet clan one of the 9 great Saint Talisman clans in the Central region? Moreover, it's said that it's a great force that possesses the mysterious Prophet Saint Talisman. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Although he had never set foot in the Central region, his Sea of Consciousness was inherited from the Bai Fong. The Bai Fong came from the Central region and had some understanding of the general situation in the Central region. Zhuowen understood that the Prophet clan was one of the 9 great Saint Talisman clans from the Bai Fong's memories. Moreover, from the Bai Fong's memories, the Prophet clan was much more mysterious than the other Saint Talisman clans. In particular, the Prophet clan had always been feared by other forces because of the Prophet Saint Talisman that they possessed. In the Prophet clan, there was a little girl who was conferred the title of goddess by the entire clan. It was said that this little girl could communicate with the Prophet Saint Talisman since she was young. From that, she could predict the future. She knew astronomy, geography, ancient and modern. Moreover, it was said that ever since the goddess came into contact with the Prophet Saint Talisman, her body stopped developing and she remained in the state of a little girl. Other than that, the goddess had also paid the price of being blinded. However, her divination abilities were renowned throughout the entire Middle Earth, attracting many powerful beings from other major powers who wanted to do something. They would all ask this little girl to divine their fortunes. However, the goddess of the Prophet clan was extremely arrogant. Her divination depended entirely on her mood. If she was in a bad mood, even if an old monster of the celestial sage level came to beg for mercy, she would not pay any attention to him. Chapter 1596. Prediction Saint Talisman. Prediction Saint Talisman? It's the most mysterious Saint Talisman among the 9 great Saint Talismans. It's said that this Saint Talisman allows its owner to understand the past and present, predict the future, and predict the future. It's an extremely terrifying Saint Talisman, Xiao He said solemnly. Just think about it. How heaven-defying was it to be able to predict the future and predict the future? With this ability, one could completely seek fortune and avoid calamity. It was even to the extent that one could predict the opponent's flaw in advance during a battle and defeat a strong enemy in one fell swoop. This was also why this little girl was able to see through the flaw of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave with a glance during the battle earlier, and helped He Lao and the 8 heaven-defying saint stage saints to quickly capture the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. If it wasn't for the little girl's reminder, even He Lao and the 8 heaven-defying saint stage saints would have to spend more effort to capture the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. After He Lao captured the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, he stepped on the void and swept to the front of the little girl. He said respectfully, "Lady Goddess, how should we deal with this person? Bring her back to the clan. I have my own uses for her. I don't know why the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave actually came out of her tomb. This allowed us to take advantage of the loophole and capture her." Yen Tianwei closed her eyes. Her expression was calm like water, but there was a trace of doubt in her tone. These tomb masters usually hid in the depths of their tombs and rarely came out. If the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave sealed herself in the depths of her tomb, it would be difficult for Yen Tianwei to get her out, even if she had the ability to predict the future. However, they encountered the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave not long after they arrived here. Naturally, Yen Tianwei wouldn't let her go easily. The tomb guards of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave have been destroyed, and even her coffin is gone. Could it be that it was stolen? He Lao's eyes flickered as he spoke with surprise. Yen Tianwei didn't say anything. Her eyelids were trembling while her right thumb was moving rapidly on the other four fingers. She looked like an old man who did fortune-telling on the streets. Her appearance was rather comical. However, He Lao and the rest did not reveal any smiles. Instead, they revealed a solemn expression. They knew that Yen Tianwei was communicating with the divination Saint Talisman every time this happened. He was beginning to divine about the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. Following the continuous movement of Yen Tianwei's fingers, Zhuowen, who was hiding in the shadows, acutely sensed that a gray seal had faintly appeared between Yen Tianwei's brows. This gray symbol was very dim, but the aura it gave off was like the might of the heavens. Zhuowen took a look at it, and his entire body involuntarily trembled. Subsequently, he did not dare to take a second look. That's a strand of the divination Saint Talisman. This girl really is impressive. She can actually communicate with the divination Saint Talisman and use a strand of its power. Xiao He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiao He knew much more about the 9 great saint symbols than Zhuowen did. The divination Saint Talisman was the most mysterious one among the 9 great saint symbols. It could connect the past to the present, to the past, to the future, to know life and death, and to predict good or bad luck. It could be said that the cultivator who possessed the divination Saint Talisman could completely know the danger in advance and avoid it in advance. The expert who possessed the divination Saint Talisman was far more difficult to deal with than the other 8 great saint symbols. Although the divination Saint Talisman was mysterious and powerful, its threshold was much higher than the other saint talismans. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to communicate with the divination Saint Talisman, let alone master it. Although the Prophet clan possessed the complete divination Saint Talisman, there had never been anyone who could master the divination Saint Talisman in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. However, Yen Tianwei was the only clansman who could communicate with the divination Saint Talisman in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. Moreover, she could use a portion of the divination Saint Talisman's power. It was precisely because Yen Tianwei could communicate with the divination Saint Talisman that her status in the Prophet clan was extremely high, even though her cultivation was mediocre or even immortal. Many higher-ups of the clan were respectful and reverent to her. This was also the reason why He Lao, who was an earthly immortal, had to be so humble and respectful to this little girl in front of him. After all, this little girl was the only one who could communicate with the divination Saint Talisman in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. Such an existence was even rarer than a celestial sage. How could their clan not value her? After about 20 breaths of time, Yen Tianwei stopped divining with her finger. She kept silent for a moment and said indifferently, "Just like what you said, He Lao. The coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was indeed stolen." So, it was really stolen. However, who is so capable to actually force the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave to walk out of the tomb and even move the coffin away? He Lao's eyes were filled with surprise. In his opinion, if the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave didn't step out of the coffin voluntarily, even he would have a hard time separating the ice coffin from the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. After all, The ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was built 30,000 years ago by many almighty figures of the Snow Lotus Cave with a lot of resources. Its degree of toughness was far beyond his imagination. Even He Lao, who was an earthly immortal, might not be able to shatter the ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. He might not even be able to affect the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, who was inside the ice coffin. However, someone did it. He Lao couldn't help but ponder about the identity of the person who stole the ice coffin. That person is not far away from us. Yan Tianwei's tender and indifferent voice sounded again. Subsequently, her eyes slowly turned around and finally fell on the rock wall where Zhuowen was. Zhuowen looked through the gap and coincidentally met Yan Tianwei's eyes. Although Yan Tianwei's eyes were tightly closed, Zhuowen had an illusion that he was being stared at by Yan Tianwei. This illusion was inexplicable, but it was very strong for Zhuowen. Have I been discovered? A bad feeling rose in Zhuowen's heart. When Yan Tianwei looked in his direction, Zhuowen was extremely flustered. In particular, Yan Tianwei's final words caused the ominous feeling in Zhuowen's heart to grow even more intense. Yan Tianwei's behavior naturally attracted the attention of He Lao and the others. They didn't expect that there was someone hiding in the vicinity, but they didn't notice it before. Especially He Lao, whose face was slightly gloomy. Even he didn't notice it before. He was afraid that this hidden person wasn't simple. Are you still not coming out? Yan Tianwei's indifferent voice sounded. Instantly, Zhuowen, who was hiding behind the rock wall, had goosebumps. He knew that he had been discovered. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Zhuowen executed his movement technique and fled toward the exit of the Serene Corpse Extremis. And a little guy at the shattering profound Saint Realm. When Zhuowen's fleeing figure appeared in front of everyone, He Lao's eyes were like torches as he focused on Zhuowen. He was shocked to find that Zhuowen's aura was actually very weak. He was only at the shattering profound Saint Realm, and he hadn't even reached the Heaven Saint Realm. Zhao Ke, go and capture this guy. Originally, He Lao intended to chase after Zhuowen. After all, in his opinion, this hidden person was definitely not ordinary if he could hide from his perception. But now, the aura of the shattering profound Saint Realm on this person's body made He Lao completely lose interest in this person, and he was too lazy to chase after him. Zhao Ke was a tall man, and he was one of the 8 heaven-defying Saint Realm experts. He licked his lips and immediately agreed. Immediately, he shot out like an arrow that had left the bow in the direction that Zhuowen had fled. His speed was so fast that it almost caused an intense and sharp whistling sound to rise in the air. Goddess, the one who stole the ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave, shouldn't be this person, right? He Lao walked to Yan Tianwei's side and said in a self-deprecating manner. Yan Tianwei frowned slightly and shook her head. The result of the divination just now is that the one who stole the ice coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave is this person. However, this person's cultivation is really too low. This, He Lao revealed an embarrassed expression. In fact, what he wanted to say was how this person's cultivation level was so low. How did he manage to steal the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cavern? This person might have been killed by the tomb guards before he even got close to the cave master's tomb. Could Yan Tianwei's divination be wrong? Of course. He couldn't question the result of Yan Tianwei's divination. After all, questioning the goddess was the same as questioning the divination Saint Talisman. This was a great taboo in the clan. Maybe I should divine this person's past and future. It might be more accurate. Perhaps Yan Tianwei was also a little doubtful about the result of her divination. After all, the strength of the shattering profound Saint Realm was too low. It was almost impossible to steal the coffin from the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave by relying on his own strength. Of course, if they knew that Xiao He was involved in this matter, they might not be so surprised. Speaking up to here, Yan Tianwei's right hand moved continuously, and the gray mark between her brows appeared again. At this moment, she started to divine Zhuowen's past and future. In 5 breaths of time, Yan Tianwei's face became extremely red. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. Her aura was weak. "Goddess, what happened to you? Are you all right?" He Lao hurriedly went forward and supported Yan Tianwei, who was retreating. He stared at the latter with concern. He didn't expect Yan Tianwei to be in such a situation. Yan Tianwei waved her hand and said, "I'm fine." "What happened just now? Goddess, why did you suddenly spit out blood? Could it be that there is something wrong with that person?" He Lao placed his right palm on Yan Tianwei's shoulder and transmitted a gentle energy into her. Her originally unsightly expression instantly recovered a lot. "There is something wrong, and it's a big problem. In my divination, this person's past and future are actually gloomy. I can't see through it at all. Originally, when I wanted to communicate with the divination Saint Talisman to further divine this person's matters, I was actually rejected by the divination Saint Talisman. Moreover, I was injured by the backlash." Speaking up to here, Yan Tianwei's face darkened. There was even a trace of horror in her eyes. This was the first time she had encountered such a backlash from the divination Saint Talisman. At the same time, she also knew that the divination Saint Talisman didn't have a problem with the Saint Talisman, but there was a problem with the target of her divination. Chapter 15, 97. Pursued swoosh. Swoosh. In the sky above the Serene Corpse impasse, 2 figures were chasing each other like arrows leaving the bow. Zhuowen's face turned slightly pale when he felt the terrifying aura behind him getting closer and closer. He did not expect the little girl to discover him, even though he had hidden himself so well. That little girl is the divine lady of the Prophet clan. She has the ability to communicate with the divination Saint Talisman. She can use divination to deduce your location. "It's not a problem for that divine lady," Blackie said in a deep voice. "I've miscalculated. If I knew the little girl had the ability to divine, I would have fled long ago instead of walking into a trap." Zhuowen complained in his heart when he felt the murderous aura of the heaven-defying Saint closing in on him. He regretted watching the battle of the Snow Lotus Cave master out of curiosity. Although watching the battle of the earthly immortals gave him some inspiration, the feeling of being discovered and being chased was not too good compared to that. At this moment, Zhuowen had already unleashed the void law and the purple lightning wings. His speed had almost reached the fastest speed he had ever been in his life. Even so, he still could not shake off the heaven-defying Saint behind him. At this moment, Zhao Ku, who was chasing after him, was even more shocked than Zhuowen. In his opinion, a fragmented profound saint was merely an ant-like existence. To him, he only needed a single palm to annihilate such an ant-like existence. However, he had already unleashed his fastest speed, but he still could not catch up with the little fragmented saint in front of him. To Zhao Ku, this was an absolute humiliation. "You're really a little grasshopper that knows how to jump around. Let's see how long you can jump around for." Zhao Ku snorted coldly. He stepped on the void with his right foot and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, he formed a seal with his right hand and slammed it on his chest. Instantly, a blazing light erupted from his body. Then, Zhao Ku's speed skyrocketed. As his speed skyrocketed, the distance between Zhao Ku and Zhuowen continued to shorten. In the end, the distance between the two of them was only about 20 meters. They were almost touching each other. You're just a fragmented, profound saint. You're actually able to persist for so long. You're not bad at all. However, this is the end. Staring at the young man who was fleeing in front of him, Zhao Xueka was disdainful. He then stretched out his right hand, and heaven-defying saint force burst out. Layers of saint force condensed in the void and formed a huge golden palm. Rumble! The golden palm descended from the sky like a massive mountain rolling down. It was as though it wanted to annihilate Zhuowen entirely at this moment. How did this guy suddenly become so fast? Zhuowen also noticed Zhao Ku, who was only 20 meters behind him, and was shocked to the core. At this moment, he was still a few thousand meters away from the exit of the Serene Corpse extremity. To him, this distance could be covered in a few breaths. Unfortunately, Zhao Ku was already very close to him and had even launched such a terrifying attack at him. If he did not care, he would definitely be hit. As for the all-out attack of a heaven-defying saint stage saint, even if he had a saint physique, he would not be able to withstand it and would directly collapse. In desperation, Zhuowen waved his right hand and took out an ordinary-looking tile. He then injected his saint force into the tile. Suddenly, a blazing golden light burst out from the tile. The golden light soared into the sky and revealed a majestic shadow. This shadow suddenly punched out and heavily hit the golden palm. Rumble! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The golden palm directly exploded, and the majestic, illusory figure staggered back a few hundred steps. The golden light on its body faintly dimmed. On the surface of the tile in Zhuowen's hand, traces of cracks appeared. This made Zhuowen's heart ache. He had used this heaven-defying saint treasure too many times. The saint connotation contained in it was much less than before. It was already very good that it could last until now. Let's go. The moment the majestic shadow collapsed the golden palm, Zhuowen did not stop. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he suddenly fled toward the exit. A heaven-defying saint was not someone he could compete with at the moment. Even if he used many of his trump cards, it was still impossible for him to be Zhao Ku's opponent. After all, the gap between the two of them was too big. A heaven-defying saint treasure. Zhao Ku stared at the majestic shadow in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that the little guy in front of him, who was only at the mysterious shattering saint stage, would have a heaven-defying saint treasure. However, a mere heaven-defying saint treasure really can't stop me. Zhao Ku smiled coldly and waved his right hand. Unknowingly, a curved blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his right palm. The surface of the curved blade was as transparent as a mirror. The scenery on the other side could be seen through the blade. Moreover, this curved blade was not simple. There was a faint golden light flowing on the blade, as if there were golden stars hidden on the blade. Whoosh! Holding the curved blade, Zhao Ku moved in a mysterious trajectory and swept to the side of the majestic shadow in an instant. Then he stretched out his right hand and stabbed the curved blade at the shadow's chest at a tricky angle. The majestic shadow was connected with Zhuowen's mind. Seeing the curved blade sweeping over, the shadow stroked his right hand and suddenly blasted it. Then the shadow caught the curved blade with one hand. Zhao Ku grinned. His smile was cruel and callous. With a wave of his right hand, the curved blade slashed out horizontally, and the palm of the illusory figure was cut in half. Slash! After the shadow's palm was cut, Zhao Ku's knife momentum changed again and again. Then, the curved blade slashed down from the top of the shadow's head at the speed of light. Suddenly, the shadow let out an extremely terrified howl and was directly cut in half. Crack! The moment the shadow was destroyed, the tile in Zhuowen's hand finally collapsed into countless fragments. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He did not expect that the heaven-defying Saint treasure would be dealt with so easily. At this moment, Zhuowen was still 1,000 meters away from the seal. He only needed 3 breaths of time to reach the seal. At that time, he only needed to pass through the seal, and it would be able to stop Zhao Ku. "You can't escape." An indifferent and somewhat mocking voice slowly rang out from the distance. After Zhao Ku destroyed the phantasm, he stepped on the air and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still 1,000 meters behind Zhuowen, his curved blade was already slashing towards Zhuowen. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky. Soon after, the curved blade turned into a terrifying blade light and instantly arrived behind Zhuowen. This blade was enough to cut him in half. Spirit-devouring magma river, come out! Zhuowen knew very well that the curved blade in Zhao Ku's hand was definitely a heaven-defying saint artifact. Therefore, he directly summoned the spirit-devouring magma river. After all, only a heaven-defying saint artifact could contend with a heaven-defying saint artifact. Even if Zhuowen could not unleash the full power of the spirit-devouring magma river, he could at least block this heaven-defying saint artifact curved blade. Boom! The endless magma river burst out from Zhuowen's waist. In an instant, the temperature of the air became scorching hot. The magma river was like the world's most solid shield, blocking in front of Zhuowen. Bang! The blade light arrived in an instant and stood above the magma river, stirring up waves of magma. Although the blade light was indeed terrifying and constantly stirred the magma river, it did not completely break through the magma river's defense. Zhuowen snorted and took a few steps back. He blocked the magma river so that the blade light could not get close. At the same time, he also suffered from the rebound force of the blade light. The rebound force was not simple. Even now, it still made Zhuowen's qi and blood boil. "Hurry up and leave." Zhuowen roared angrily. His eyes of ice and fire suddenly opened. 9 flames, karmic fire, and dark frost poison drilled out of his body at the same time. Under the control of his eyes of ice and fire, they formed a huge palace of ice and fire in the void. Rumble! The ice-fire palace was like a huge mountain as it came crashing down from the sky and smashed into the blade light. This caused the blade light, which had originally been wreaking havoc, to stop in its tracks. Taking advantage of this momentary pause, Zhuowen did not hesitate. The void law and purple thunder wings burst out at an unprecedented speed. He instantly disappeared from where he was and arrived at the seal's mouth. At this moment, the 9 golden runes at the seal's mouth were still releasing blazing golden light like 9 small suns. Swoosh! Zhuowen waved his right hand and took back the soul-devouring magma river. The soul-devouring magma river turned back into a belt and wrapped around Zhuowen's waist. It looked extremely inconspicuous. Crack! At the same time, the ice-fire palace completely collapsed under the attack of the blade light. However, the blade light also seemed dim and on the verge of collapse. In the end, it collapsed. Swoosh! Taking advantage of this short period of time, Zhao Ku successfully arrived. He first glanced at the seal's mouth behind Zhuowen and then looked at Zhuowen. He was not in a hurry to capture Zhuowen. In his opinion, Zhuowen was at a dead end. He only needed to stretch out his hand to capture him. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. "Tell me where you came from. Also, why are you sneaking around the Seer clan not far from the Seer clan?" Zhao Ku looked at the young man in front of him with slight disdain. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was not in a hurry. The seal's mouth was right in front of him. If he wanted to enter it, he could do so. "You are indeed from the Seer clan. How did you enter the Seer clan?" This was something that Zhuowen had been wondering about for a long time. The Prophet clan had once come to this forbidden ground 1,000 years ago. Could it be that there were other entrances to this forbidden ground in the central plains apart from the one he was at? Chapter 1598. Zhao Ke's Deathruin was stunned. At the same time, he searched through the memories of the Baifeng's Sea of Consciousness. Immediately, the memories of the 4 battlefields flooded into the depths of his mind. Although Zhuowen had inherited the Baifeng's Sea of Consciousness and retained all of the Baifeng's memories, the Baifeng had lived for much longer than Zhuowen. The amount of memories in the Baifeng's Sea of Consciousness could be described as vast. If Zhuowen wanted to take in all of these memories, his head would definitely not be able to handle it. He might even bleed from all of his orifices because of it. Therefore, Zhuowen would only look through the memories stored in the Baifeng's Sea of Consciousness when he needed to know something. For example, the 4 battlefields that Zhao Ke mentioned this time. The 4 battlefields existed in the 4 borders of the Central Plains. These 4 battlefields were called the Great Im battlefields, the Great Yang battlefields, the Great Void battlefields, and the Immemorial battlefields. It was said that these 4 battlefields were established after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Moreover, from the Baifeng's memories, Zhuowen faintly felt that the establishment of these 4 battlefields was inextricably linked to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Of course, the Baifeng's memories did not mention the specifics of the 4 battlefields. This was because the Baifeng had never entered the 4 battlefields. It did not know much about the situation inside. It only knew that the 4 battlefields were suddenly established after the catastrophe. The Nether Corp's extremists might be an extremely unfamiliar place in the 4 major regions, but many cultivators in the Central Plains knew about it. The 4 battlefields all had entrances to the Nether Corp's extremists. However, to enter the Nether Corp's extremists through the 4 battlefields, one had to pay a huge price to enter. This price was not something that ordinary cultivators could afford. Only some major forces could afford. Humph. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Are you courting death? Zhao Ke's eyes were cold. He stepped forward step by step. The aura on his body was like a vast mountain that crushed towards Zhuowen, forcing Zhuowen to retreat step by step. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, the disdain in Zhao Ke's eyes grew even stronger. He slowly walked forward and said indifferently, "A fragmentation saint ant like you, quickly kneel down and kowtow to me. Perhaps I will spare your life." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhao Ke indifferently. He said, "You're just a heaven-defying saint stage expert. What right do you have to make me kowtow to you? I'll cultivate for as long as you do. If I cultivate for as long as you do, I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to carry my shoes." As soon as he said this, Zhao Ke stopped in his tracks. Then he glared at Zhuowen, his whole body trembling with anger. "Good, good, good. You've successfully infuriated me. Today, you'll definitely die. I'll cut you into 8 pieces and make you live a life worse than death," roared Zhao Ke. "You talk too much nonsense. If you want to kill me, then hurry up and kill me. You're just chattering like a woman. You're not straightforward at all," shrugged Zhuowen and said with a mocking smile. Zhuowen's words and his attitude instantly caused Zhao Ke to be angered to the point of spitting blood. A mere ant at the shattering profound saint realm actually dared to ridicule him in such an unbridled manner. This caused Zhao Ke to almost lose his mind. "Die." In the end, Zhao Ke only spat out the word "die." Then, Zhao Ke was like a fierce tiger that had been released from its cage. He swooped down and launched a terrifying attack. The curved blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It instantly swept towards Zhuowen's throat. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Zhao Ke's attack gave him too much pressure. It was like a huge mountain crushing down on his back, causing Zhuowen's expression to change drastically. Swoosh! However, Zhuowen did not intend to clash head-on with Zhao Ku. He immediately summoned the 3 golden runes in his body, after which he took a step forward and directly entered the powerful seal formed by the 9 revolution golden split runes. In an instant he disappeared. Rumble! The curved blade arrived in an instant. Unfortunately, it was still a step slower than Zhuowen. In the end, it slammed into the seal. Clang! The 9-turn golden split runes on the seal erupted with a blazing and dazzling golden light. Then, the curved blade that was slashing towards him flew backwards with a clang. In the end, it was stuck in the ground and did not move anymore. What? That little bastard passed through the seal? Zhao Ku's body trembled. He took a step forward and rushed to the side of the curved blade that was stuck in the ground. He pulled it out with a face full of disbelief. What the hell is going on? Zhao Ku came to the entrance of the seal with doubts in his heart. His right hand reached into the 9-turn golden split runes at the entrance of the seal. He immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. This sense of danger was like a maggot that rushed straight to his head, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. Retreat. Zhao Ku's senses were quite sharp. However, the moment this sense of danger rushed to his head, he continuously retreated. His speed soared to the limit. However, it was too late. His saber had struck the 9 cycles golden splitting rune and caused the 9 cycles golden splitting rune to rebound. Swoosh! 9 dazzling golden runes suddenly peeled off from the seal. They split into 9 different directions and rushed towards Zhao Ku. Damn it! What exactly is this seal? It can actually rebound. Zhao Ku's expression was ugly. He twisted his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the curved blade. Soon after, he abruptly made a circle around his waist. The curved blade light shot out and turned into an arc that spread in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The arc-shaped blade light shot out in all directions and ruthlessly landed on the 9 golden runes. Soon after, sparks shot out like a sky full of stars. The sparks were like a meteor shower that constantly scattered in the air. The scene that they formed was extremely gorgeous. However, Zhao Ku was not in the mood to pay attention to such a scene. His expression was very ugly at this moment because he realized that the arc-shaped blade light that the curved blade had scattered had been completely annihilated by the 9 golden runes. As for the 9 golden runes, they were like soldiers with great tacit understanding as they surrounded Zhao Ku. It was as if they wanted to completely crush Zhao Ku to death. Clang, clang, clang. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Ku's eyes. He pinched out a sword finger with his right hand and suddenly pointed it at his chest. Soon after, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on the curved blade. Suddenly, the surface of the curved blade revealed a bright blood-red color, and a faint, fishy smell was faintly emitted from the curved blade. Instant slash. Zhao Ku held the curved blade and quickly slashed out 9 times in the void. 9 rays of golden blade light that were wrapped in a blood-red color burst out. Each of the 9 rays of blade light was many times stronger than the one that Zhao Ku had scattered before. Each of the 9 rays of blade light seemed to be able to crush the world and explode the void. However, the moment the 9 rays of blade light swept over the 9 golden runes, Zhao Ku originally thought that the greatly increased power of the blade light this time would be able to resist the 9 golden runes. He did not expect that the moment the 9 rays of blade light touched the golden runes, they would collapse inch by inch. No, as the blade light collapsed, the 9 golden runes were very close and instantly fell on 9 positions around Zhao Ku. Zhao Ku used all of his skills and countless trump cards, but he was unable to stop the 9 golden runes from approaching. In the end, he was completely submerged by the 9 golden runes, leaving only a miserable cry. When the 9 golden runes returned to their positions, Zhao Ke's figure completely disappeared. Under the power of the 9 revolution golden split runes, not even his bones were left. Even the heaven-defying curved blade on his body was annihilated and disappeared. On the other side of the seal, Zhuowen quietly stared at Zhao Ke, who had been blasted to pieces by the 9 golden runes. He was extremely moved. He also did not expect the 9 revolution golden split runes to be so terrifying that Zhao Ke, who was at the heaven-defying saint stage, did not even have the chance to escape. Just how powerful is the first mountain god? Just the seal set up by the 9 revolution golden split runes was able to kill a heaven-defying saint stage expert. Zhuowen murmured softly, but there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. The power that the 9 revolution golden split runes had erupted was truly beyond his expectations. I can't see through the first mountain god either, but I know that the first mountain god probably has no intention of harming you. However, one must always be wary of others. It's better for you to pay more attention to the first mountain god, Xiao He said after some thought. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. The first mountain god was indeed mysterious. Moreover, he always felt that the first mountain god had a lot of secrets. Although the first mountain god indeed had no reason to harm him, he still had to be careful. Let's go quickly. This person's death should be known by the prophet family very soon. Moreover, this master dragon also knows that this master dragon's dragon corpse was snatched by the prophet family. This master dragon will definitely settle this debt in the future. Blackie said. Zhuowen didn't intend to stay here for too long when he heard this. He took a step out and flashed out explosively like an arrow that left the bow, instantly leaving the cave and the ravine before flashing towards the southern barbaric lands. Not long after Zhuowen left, He Lao, who was still in the serene corpse impasse, had a drastic change of expression as he said, Zhao Ke's life tablet has shattered. What? Could it be that Zhao Ke is dead? It's impossible. Zhao Ke is at the heaven-defying saint stage. How could he die so easily? The rest of the prophet clan were also shocked. They could not believe such a fact. Who killed him? Could it be that Zhao Ke provoked a tomb owner with terrifying strength in the serene corpse impasse, and was chased to death by that tomb owner? He Lao frowned and looked at Yen Tianwei. He knew that Yen Tianwei had the ability to predict the future and could definitely divine the cause of Zhao Ke's death. Not only He Lao, but the other saints of the prophet clan were also looking at Yen Tianwei as if they were consulting her. Yen Tianwei was not in a hurry. She stretched out her right hand again and began to make a divination gesture. After a while, Yen Tianwei's delicate body trembled slightly as she said, Zhao Ke was not killed by a powerful tomb owner. Sacred Lady, then how did Zhao Ke die? Could it be that he was killed by a puny, shattering, profound saint stage expert? Speaking of this, He Lao could not help but laugh. Obviously, he felt that this was a big joke. How could a shattering, profound saint stage expert kill a heaven-defying saint stage expert? Not only He Lao, but the others also shook their heads and laughed. Obviously, He Lao's speculation was not reliable. You are right. Zhao Ke's death is indeed related to that person. As for the specific cause of his death, I am unable to divine it, Yen Tianwei said seriously. Chapter 1599. Ice Coffin. Goddess, do you mean that Zhao Ke was really killed by that shattering profound saint brat? He Lao asked with a trace of uncertainty. It was unbelievable that a shattering profound saint could kill a heaven-defying saint realm martial artist. It was almost beyond He Lao's imagination. The rest of the prophet clan also looked incredulous. Yen Tianwei shook her head slightly and said, I only said that Zhao Ke's death was related to that person, but he wasn't killed by that person. I'm afraid it's impossible for a shattering profound Saint Realm martial artist to kill a heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artist even in the central region. I'm afraid that even the #1 prodigy of the Chaos Temple, Yuan Hongwen, who was known as the god descending from the sky, was only comparable to an ordinary heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artist when he was at the shattering profound Saint Realm. It's almost impossible for him to kill a heaven-defying Saint Realm martial artist. Speaking of this, He Lao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were puzzled as to how Zhao Ku died. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Ku died not far from here. As Yen Tianwei spoke, she led everyone in the direction where Zhao Ku and Zhuowen had gone. After a few hours, Yen Tianwei and the others arrived at the mouth of the seal formed by the 9 revolution golden split patterns. He Lao landed near the mouth of the seal and looked around with his sharp eyes. He said, Zhao Ku's traces disappeared here, and there are traces of a great battle here. Yen Tianwei moved her fingers and said indifferently, Zhao Ku died here, and from the result of my divination, Zhao Ku should have died under the 9 golden patterns on the seal. As for that person, he seemed to have passed through the seal and left. Speaking of this, Yen Tianwei's tone became a little uncertain. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the seal in front of them was not weak at all. How did that shattering profound Saint Realm brat pass through the seal? This seal is strange. Let me have a try. He Lao's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He took a step forward and leaped up like a rock spreading its wings. He reached the seal in an instant. His right hand formed a claw, and a surge of celestial saint force gushed out and turned into a giant claw. He slammed it on the mouth of the seal. Rumble! When the giant claw blasted on the seal, the 9 golden patterns on the seal burst out with extremely horrifying golden light. Subsequently, the 9 golden patterns broke free from the seal and rushed at He Lao from 9 different directions. He Lao's figure was like an eagle. His hands formed into claws and waved in the void like a vigorous eagle. The sharp claws formed by the celestial saint force were extremely hard and could penetrate gold and split rocks. Clang, clang, clang. However, the moment He Lao made contact with the 9 golden patterns, he let out a muffled groan. The sharp claws formed by the celestial saint force were actually broken, and the 9 golden patterns were repelled for the first time. He Lao took dozens of steps back, but the 9 golden patterns didn't pursue him. Instead, they returned to the mouth of the seal and combined into 9 glittering golden patterns. This seal is not simple. He Lao stopped and panted as he stared at the seal with an extremely fearful gaze. It seems like Zhao Ku was killed by the rebound force of this seal. The power of the 9 golden patterns on the seal is extremely vast. Even He Lao was put in such a difficult situation by it. It should be more than enough to kill Zhao Ku. Yen Tianwei analyzed calmly. Everyone was enlightened, but He Lao frowned slightly and said, This seal is so terrifying. How did that puny, shattering, profound Saint Realm expert pass through it? Yen Tianwei's eyelids moved slightly as he said in a deep voice, If I'm not wrong, this person didn't enter the Nether Corp's extremis from the passageway of the 4 battlefields, but from the mouth of this seal. The sealing power of this mouth of the seal is very powerful. The person who set up this seal is at least an existence of the celestial Saint Realm, and his strength is above He Lao's. As for the man at the shattering profound Saint Realm, he probably knew about the loophole of this seal and used it to enter and exit the Nether Corp's extremis freely. At this moment, Yen Tianwei's face was full of wisdom. He finally inferred the most reasonable conclusion from many clues. Of course, it was indeed the conclusion closest to the truth. Zhuowen did use the loophole of this seal, and this loophole was the 9-turn golden crack pattern on Zhuowen's body that came from the same source as this seal. If it weren't for this loophole, Zhuowen might not have been able to escape from Zhao Ke's pursuit back then. Sacred Lady, are we just going to let it go like this? Zhao Ke died because of this person. Someone said indignantly. Yen Tianwei shook her head slightly and said indifferently, this person isn't from the Central Continent. With our current strength, we can't break this seal at all. Looking for this person is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Are we just going to let it go like this? Someone said unwillingly. Let's go back first. According to my divination, this person will set foot on the Central Continent in the future. Perhaps we will meet this person in the Central Continent. At that time, it's still not too late to settle the score with him, Yen Tianwei said indifferently. Since the Sacred Lady has said so, let's put this matter aside first. Isn't the Sacred Lady's purpose of entering the Netherworld Corpse ground this time is to find 3 dead people at the earthly immortal realm, now that we have the corpse of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave? We have to find the other 2 as soon as possible. After He Lao spoke, everyone who was originally unwillingly gave up. He Lao was an earthly immortal and had a high prestige among everyone. Since he had spoken, everyone naturally had no objections. However, before leaving, the Sacred Lady looked back at the seal behind her. Her tightly closed eyelids twitched slightly, and she muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "What is the origin of that person? His past and future are completely unknown." Even the divination Saint Talisman refused to provide any information about this person. This is the first time I have encountered such a person. Half a month later, near the southern barbarians' burning Sky City, Zhuowen followed the senses of the Azure Dragon Palace and found a miniature version of the Azure Dragon Palace hidden in a dense forest. Due to the matter of the Ice-Fire family, the people of the Azure Dragon Palace could be said to be cautious. They did not dare to bring Ryuka to the table so quickly. After confirming his identity, Zhuowen entered the Azure Dragon Square. After Zhuowen entered, the higher-ups of Ryuka gathered one after another. They were all relieved that Zhuowen could return safely. There was no doubt that Zhuowen had become their spiritual pillar at this moment. If Zhuowen collapsed, they really did not know if Ryuka could hold on. After greeting the higher-ups of Ryuka, his parents, Lu Hantian, and a group of close friends, Zhuowen winked at Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. As a result, the 3 of them entered one of the pavilions. Feng Xiao asked with concern, "Zhuowen, what did you go out to do before?" "I wanted to bring Chen Shui with me. Moreover, the demon sealing green coffin is not sturdy and Chen Shui's soul is extremely weak, so it is very easy to be affected. So in order to prevent this from happening, I brought this thing over." After saying this, Zhuowen took out a large ice coffin from his spirit ring and placed it in front of him. The ice coffin was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of a giant block of ice. The cold air that escaped from the surface of the ice coffin caused Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao to involuntarily shiver. This cold air not only affected their bodies, it also affected the depths of their souls. In front of this cold air, it was as if their souls could freeze at any moment. Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian both took a few steps back and asked in shock, "Zhuowen, where did you get this ice coffin from? The cold air that escapes from the surface is truly terrifying." "I got it from a dangerous place." "That's right. Mother, where is the demon-sealing green coffin now?" Zhuowen vaguely explained. It was not convenient for him to reveal too much about the matter of the Nether Corpse danger ground. Feng Xiao replied. Then with a flick of her finger, she took out the demon-sealing green coffin. Zhuowen gently opened the lid of the demon-sealing green coffin, then stared at the beautiful woman who was quietly sleeping in the coffin with a gentle gaze. Zhuowen slowly carried Mu Qinshui out and carefully placed her in the ice coffin. Finally, He closed the lid and placed the ice coffin in his spirit ring. After placing Mu Qinshuo in the ice coffin, he could clearly feel that the speed at which Mu Qinshuo's soul was collapsing had completely stopped. Without a doubt, this was definitely the work of the ice coffin. Whether it was the ice coffin or the mysterious crystal ice soul, they were both of the cold attribute, which was absolutely beneficial to freezing Mu Qinshuo's soul. After doing all this, Zhuowen turned to Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao and asked, "Father, Mother, have there been any other movements in the Eastern lands recently?" Long Xiaotian shook his head and said, "We have contacted the other Ryuka disciples in the Eastern lands, but there hasn't been any movements in the Eastern lands. Even the Dragon Spirit Realm and Divine Spirit Realm that you asked us to investigate didn't seem to have made any movements. Could it be that the people of the Ice and Fire family have left the Eastern lands and returned to the Central lands?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't agree with this guess. He was very clear that the main purpose of the Ice and Fire family's young master's trip was the Ice and Fire sacred symbol. As long as the young master of the Ice and Fire family wasn't a fool, and then asked around in the Eastern lands, it was very likely that he would suspect him. However, there was no movement in the Eastern lands. This matter isn't urgent. Perhaps the Ice and Fire family is still in the Eastern lands, but we don't know about it. Let's wait for a while and see. Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded. Zhuowen nodded in understanding and said, "Then let's wait and see. I just broke through and can consolidate my cultivation first." Over the next period of time, Zhuowen regained control of the Azure Dragon Hall. In order to make it easier for him to gather information in the Eastern lands, Zhuowen moved the Azure Dragon Hall to the Eastern lands. Of course, in order not to alert the enemy, Zhuowen was very careful and hid the Azure Dragon Hall at the bottom of the Bitter Sea. Occasionally, he would send some Ryuka cultivators in disguise to enter the 9th Netherworld realm to gather information. Chapter 1600. The first mountain god Zhuowen had stayed in the Azure Dragon Hall for 100 years. During this 100 years, other than staying in the 3rd layer, he would occasionally go to the 2nd layer to meet with his parents and friends. During this 100 years, Lu Hantian and Wu Dai became Dao companions, and Wu Dai became a demon saint. Zhuowen had also completely removed the master-servant relationship between them. Regarding Lu Hantian and Wu Dai, Zhuowen had always had a blissful attitude. Moreover, the two were a good match. After all, both husband and wife had reached the saint realm. The starting point of their children would also be extremely high. Of course, when he often looked at Lu Hantian and Wu Dai, Zhuowen couldn't help but think of Mu Qinshuo. During this time, Lu Hantian and Wu Dai both planned to leave the Azure Dragon Hall and go to the Middle Earth, hoping to find their own opportunities there. Both of them had obtained the key to the Nine Nether Conference and could activate the Nine Nether Great Array to go to the Middle Earth. It was very difficult to become a saint, and it was even more difficult to break through after becoming a saint. Lu Hantian's cultivation had already reached the Glimpse Profound Saint Realm, and Wu Dai was a small realm lower than Lu Hantian, reaching the Nirvana Profound Saint Realm. However, during this period of time in the Azure Dragon Hall, although their cultivation had increased, they were still far from breaking through. Even Zhuowen, who had reached the shattering profound saint realm, and after 100 years of accumulation, the saint force in his body was much stronger than before, but he was still far from the peak of the shattering profound saint realm. He knew very well that if he wanted to rely on the accumulation of time to break through, it would take nearly 1,000 years for him to reach the peak of the shattering profound saint realm. As for advancing to the heaven saint realm, if he didn't have a specific opportunity, he would probably be stuck in this realm forever. On the path of the saint realm, in addition to talent, one had to spend time. If one didn't want to spend time, then one had to go out and search for opportunities. Without a specific opportunity, It would take a very, very long time to advance through cultivation. It could even take thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Ryuka relied on the Azure Dragon Hall to cultivate a large number of sage-to-be, but the number of sage-to-be was extremely small. Most of these sage-to-be were extremely talented and relied on the vast amount of time in the Azure Dragon Hall to cultivate and become sage-to-be. Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly feel that as the cultivation of the warrior became stronger, the effect of the flow of time contained in the 3 layers of heaven and earth became less and less obvious. Zhuowen knew that the time laws in the Azure Dragon Palace Hall were not without any restrictions. As your cultivation grew stronger and stronger, the effect of the flow of time on you would also become smaller and smaller. Zhuowen estimated that if his strength reached the immortal sage realm, the effect of the time law on him would be completely negated. After all, Taoist Master Canglong, who created the Azure Dragon Hall, was an immortal sage powerhouse. Even if Taoist Master Canglong reached the peak of the immortal sage realm, the time law he left in the Azure Dragon Hall was only a trace. A trace of the time law was indeed not very useful for immortal sage-level existences. Therefore, Zhuowen knew very well that it was almost impossible for Ryuka to cultivate a true top sage by relying on the time law of the Azure Dragon Hall. However, as time passed, Zhuowen was confident that the number of profound sages in Ryuka would continue to increase, and it would be very difficult for heaven sages to be born. As for immortal sages, it was almost impossible. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai were also aware of this, so they decided to leave the Azure Dragon Hall and go to the Central Continent to look for their own opportunities. After all, the Central Continent was a place full of mysteries. Heaven sages were not as rare as the 4 major domains, and there were even quite a few immortal sages. It was a paradise for powerhouses. Zhuowen did not stop Lu Hantian and Wu Dai's decision. He knew very well that everyone had their own opportunities. If they were restricted to one place, they would only delay themselves. Wu Dai and Lu Hantian were not the only ones who had obtained the key to the 9 nether great array. Gatha and Long Tian had also obtained it. Zhuowen asked Gatha and Long Tian. Among them, Gatha did not plan to go to the Central Continent. She decided to return to her family with Canaan and guard the seal in the Serene Corpse Extremis. As for Long Tian, he planned to follow Zhuowen. When Zhuowen went to the Central Continent, he would follow. Zhuowen was not in a hurry to leave the Azure Dragon Hall for the Central Continent. He planned to comprehend the laws of the 3rd forbidden area of the 19th mountain before leaving. Zhuowen stayed in the Azure Dragon Hall for dozens of years, but the members of the Long family, who were investigating outside, never found any news about the Ice and Fire clan. It was as if the Ice and Fire clan had suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Zhuowen knew that the Ice-Fire family should have returned to the Central Continent. From the Baifang's memories, most people in the Central Continent looked down on the 4 major domains. In their eyes, the 4 major domains were insignificant places. There were countless powerhouses in the Central Continent. Usually, cultivators from that place would not be willing to go to the 4 major domains. If it were not for the Ice-Fire sacred symbol, the young master of the Ice-Fire family would not have lowered himself to enter the 4 major domains, since Zhuowen had escaped back then. And the 4 major domains were so vast, coupled with the fact that the young master of the Ice and Fire family was not familiar with the 4 major domains. Moreover, if Zhuowen wanted to hide, the young master of the Ice-Fire family would not be able to find him. Therefore, the young master of the Ice-Fire family gave up on searching for Zhuowen and returned to the Central Continent. However, Zhuowen knew that the young master of the Ice-Fire family had already suspected him. He would not let the matter rest. This time, he had to be fully prepared for his trip to the Central Continent. When he entered the Central Continent, he had to keep a low profile. Over the next few decades, Zhuowen painstakingly entered the third forbidden area of the 19th mountain. The law of the third forbidden area was the law of explosive steps. This law was a speed-type law. It was said that when one mastered this law, one step would be like an explosion. The speed of a cultivator who mastered this law would be so fast that one would be dazzled. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the law of explosive steps and the law of the void complemented each other. In other words, once the law of explosive steps and the law of the void were combined, he would be able to use explosive steps in the void tunnel. His speed would be much faster. Since the law of explosive steps and the law of the void were somewhat similar, Zhuowen did not spend much time to master the law of explosive steps. It only took him about 10 years. Moreover, the third forbidden area was a strange area where the gravity was 100 times higher than the outside world. In this area, Zhuowen's great success sacred body had been tempered. What surprised Zhuowen even more was that the third forbidden area also had golden thunder bamboo. Moreover, 2 golden thunder bamboo had appeared at once. In addition to the golden thunder bamboo he had obtained in the first forbidden area, Zhuowen had a total of 3 golden thunder bamboo. Moreover, the golden thunder bamboo produced golden lightning once every 100 years. This time, Zhuowen relied on the terrifying gravity and the golden lightning on the 3 golden thunder bamboo to temper his body to a new height. Boom! Zhuowen suddenly clenched his fist, and there was an endless crackling sound. Then he punched the air. The surrounding space was like layers of waves, and countless cracks appeared. An invisible circular wave of air spread out in all directions with Zhuowen as the center. Under this mighty force, the entire 19th mountain trembled a few times. It was like a withered bamboo swaying in the wind. What a powerful physique! Just the strength of my physique alone is not inferior to a Sky Saint Realm expert. If I add the power of the laws in my body, I can kill an ordinary Sky Saint Realm expert. Zhuowen clenched his fist, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Although he had not cultivated the great success sacred body to the peak, it was 1 level higher than before. He had even climbed to another peak because of this. Moreover, I have mastered the 8th law, the law of explosive steps. My speed is much faster than before. Even a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert might be able to defeat me, but it won't be so easy for him to catch up with me. A smile appeared on Zhuowen's face as he took a step forward. Immediately, the space beneath his feet exploded and collapsed. Then, he shot out like a puff of smoke. His speed was extremely fast, just like a bolt of black lightning. Every step he took was able to explode with an ear-piercing sound. After mastering the law of explosive steps and improving his great success sacred body, Zhuowen was in a very good mood. After he walked out of the 19th mountain, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. It seems that you have comprehended the law of explosive steps of the third forbidden area. You comprehended it quite quickly this time. Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. He suddenly took a step back and retreated hundreds of steps. He stared at the proud figure standing on the shore of the 19th mountain. During the process of walking out of the 19th mountain, he did not notice any trace of the person in front of him. It could be seen that this person was not simple. The first mountain god. The figure in front of him had long hair and a black robe. His face was faintly discernible under the cover of his long hair. It was impossible to see his true appearance. This person quietly leaned against the side of a huge rock on the shore. He did not look at Zhuowen. Instead, he looked to the side, as if there was a beautiful scenery there that was worth watching. Zhuowen's gaze was somewhat vigilant. He did not know why the first mountain god had suddenly come to find him. You don't have to be so vigilant. If I wanted to kill you, you would have already become a corpse before you walked out of the 19th mountain. the first mountain god said indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He regained his calm and said, "Senior first mountain god, why are you looking for me?" "You are the first inheritor in 10,000 years to completely control the Blue Dragon Hall. Do I have to have something to do with you just to see you?" The first mountain god said, unfathomably, "Completely control the Blue Dragon Hall." Zhuowen laughed self-deprecatingly. If he truly had complete control of the Azure Dragon Palace, the 18 mountain gods of the third heaven and earth would all listen to his orders. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to control the third heaven and earth. Chapter 1601.to change form and spirit. The first mountain god naturally saw Zhuowen's self-deprecating expression, but he didn't mind. "I'm here to congratulate you for successfully comprehending the third forbidden area's law of explosive steps. Moreover, I can feel that apart from the first forbidden area's law of desolation, the second forbidden area's law of death, and the third forbidden area's law of explosive steps, there are 5 other laws in your body. In other words, you have comprehended 8 laws in total." Speaking up to here, the first mountain god's expression changed. A person comprehending 8 laws was shocking even to him. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't admit or deny it. Today, the first mountain god suddenly came to find him. This was strange in itself, so he didn't want to say anything unnecessary. "You don't have to be so cautious. I said that I have no ill intentions towards you. You should have heard about me from 18th Elder. With my strength, you are like an ant in front of me." The first mountain god waved his sleeves. 2 rays of light shot out from his sleeves and landed in Zhuowen's palms. They were 2 simple tokens with the numbers 10 and 9 engraved on the surface of the tokens. This is... Holding the tokens, Zhuowen looked at the first mountain god with a puzzled expression. These 2 tokens are the tokens of the 9th mountain god and the 10th mountain god. With these tokens, you can summon the 9th and 10th mountain gods to fight for you. However, there is a limit. You can only use them 3 times. The first mountain god said. Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect the first mountain god to give him the tokens of the 9th and 10th mountain gods. This was out of his expectations. At the same time, it made him even more puzzled. Today, the first mountain god came to find him. There were too many suspicious points. He didn't believe that the first mountain god came to find him without a purpose. "Why?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. "This is your reward for comprehending the law of explosive steps. Comprehending the law of forbidden area is very beneficial for both you and I. In the future, if you can comprehend the law of the 4th forbidden area, I will give you a higher-ranked mountain god token. For someone like you who urgently needs strength, these tokens should be a timely rain." The first mountain god smiled. "I need a specific reason. Otherwise, I won't accept these 2 tokens so easily," Zhuowen said calmly. The first mountain god was too mysterious, so mysterious that he couldn't see through him. He couldn't easily believe in such an existence. The first mountain god wasn't angry. He looked down and said, "Do you know how the third heaven and earth was formed? Or perhaps, in your opinion, the third heaven and earth was created by Taoist Songlong, right?" Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as he replied, "Could it be that there are other secrets? If the 3 heavens and earth were not created by Taoist Songlong, could it be that it was created by you? In the beginning, the third heaven was indeed created by Taoist Songlong. However, when it was first created, it was not called the third heaven. Instead, it was called the second heaven. At the top of the second heaven, there was a dark prison. The purpose of this prison was to imprison me. However, although I was once defeated by Taoist Songlong, he could only do so much. He didn't have the ability to kill me. Later, Taoist Songlong was seriously injured and disappeared in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Only the Azure Dragon Hall was left in hibernation. Although I tried to escape the restrictions of the Azure Dragon Hall, Taoist Song Long had already left a backup plan. Even if he wasn't there, I was still trapped in the sword prison. After staying in the prison for so many years, it was natural for me to feel lonely. In order to get rid of the loneliness, I broke the barrier of the second heaven and chose many creatures with poor aptitudes but strong wills. I also taught them the indestructible divine body of the myriad Tao. Thus, there was the upper realm. About entering the upper realm from the second heaven, it was also from that time that the second heaven began to spread. At this point, the first mountain god stopped and didn't say anything else. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. You were clearly able to freely enter and exit the Azure Dragon Hall without my control. What restrictions could the Azure Dragon Hall have on you? Zhuowen sneered. He didn't believe the first mountain god's words at all. The first mountain god glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and said, "That's because you're too weak. You can't refine the third heaven at all. If your strength was comparable to Taoist Sung long back, then you could forcefully refine it. Thus, I don't need your permission to enter and exit the Azure Dragon Hall freely. However, that's all. Even if I can enter and exit the third heaven, I can't go more than 1,000 meters away from the Azure Dragon Hall. Otherwise, I'll trigger the restriction that Taoist Song Long placed on me. This is the backup plan that Taoist Song Long left for me. If it wasn't for this backup plan, a mere third heaven wouldn't be able to trap me." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't completely believe the first mountain god's words. He knew that there must be some truth and some lies in it. However, the first mountain god should have been a formidable opponent of Taoist Sung long back then. Otherwise, Taoist Sung Long wouldn't have been unable to kill him and could only trap him in the Azure Dragon Hall. Does this have anything to do with the forbidden area of the 19th mountain? Zhuowen asked calmly. Ha. Of course it has something to do with it. The 19th mountain is the core of the restriction that Taoist Song Long placed on me. To tell you the truth, if you comprehend all the laws of the 6 forbidden areas of the 19th mountain and combine them together, you'll obtain a key. This key is the key to breaking the restriction on me. I've sent many people into the forbidden areas in the past. However, most of them died in the first forbidden area. Only a few managed to enter the second forbidden area. As for the third forbidden area, you're the first in history. Speaking of this, the first mountain god's eyes burned with passion. He looked at Zhuowen and continued, "I see hope in you. That's why I've come to you. What good will it do for me if I help you escape?" Zhuowen sneered. The first mountain god remained calm and said, "Don't be in a hurry to reject my offer. My offer is a win-win situation. It's beneficial to both of us. The laws of the Forbidden Zone and the things inside will be of great benefit to you. Moreover, after I escape, the remaining 17 mountain gods will all be under your command. They will listen to your orders, and you will be able to easily refine the third world. Isn't this the best of both worlds? I know you're a smart man. Also, you don't have to think about controlling me. Even Taoist Song Long couldn't do it, let alone you." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Without a doubt, the first mountain god's offer was indeed tempting to Zhuowen. Just as the first mountain god had said, with the first mountain god's unfathomable strength, it was indeed difficult for him to control him. After all, even Taoist Sung Long couldn't subdue the first mountain god. However, he always felt that the first mountain god was a little strange. It was his intuition. "If you think I'm not reliable, I can swear on my life that as long as you cooperate with me and help me escape, I won't attack you. Furthermore, I'll do my best to help you during this period." "This is already the biggest concession I can make," the first mountain god said, sincerely. Zhuowen fell silent. The first mountain god didn't rush him. He leaned against the cliff and silently waited for Zhuowen's reply. After about an hour, Zhuowen took a deep breath and said, "If what you said is correct, I can cooperate with you. Of course, if one of us goes against the original intention of cooperation, we'll both die. Let's make a contract. It'll be safer that way." As he spoke, Zhuowen bit his thumb and quickly drew a blood-red pattern in the air. The first mountain god smiled, faintly. With a light stroke of his finger, he imprinted his blood essence into the blood-red pattern. The blood-red pattern split into two and flew to their chests. If one looked closely, they both had the same blood-red pattern on their chests. "Now you know my sincerity, right?" The first mountain god smiled and extended his hand. "I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation from now on." Zhuowen also extended his hand and shook the first mountain god's hand with an expressionless face. "In order to celebrate our cooperation, I'll give you another gift." The first mountain god waved his sleeve, and a jade slip fell into Zhuowen's palm. "I see that you've cultivated both your physique and Dantian Saint energy. Although your talent and luck are not bad, cultivating both at the same time will only delay your cultivation. In this jade slip, there's a secret skill called shape-shifting technique. When cultivating this technique, you can split yourself into two. One of them will cultivate your physique, while the other will cultivate your Dantian and sea of consciousness. Both of them will not affect each other, but they can be combined together," the first mountain god said faintly. Zhuowen was stunned. He placed the jade slip between his eyebrows. About half an hour later, his eyes were filled with surprise. He carefully read through the secret technique called body-shifting technique, and his heart was filled with astonishment. Shape-shifting technique could be considered as an external incarnation skill. However, it was very different from an ordinary external incarnation skill. A warrior who cultivated such a mystic technique could split the different cultivation energies in the warrior's body. For example, Zhuowen cultivated both the physical body and the law of saint power. However, if he cultivated this mystic technique, he could split into two clones based on this characteristic of his. One of the clones would focus on his physique, while the other would focus on the law of saint energy. Moreover, the cultivation of the two clones would not affect each other. When the two clones were combined, there would be no sense of disharmony. The combination of the two clones would be like his own body. Just as the first mountain god said, Zhuowen cultivated both his physique and the law of saint energy. However, he only had one body. To cultivate both, he had to stagger the time. This would undoubtedly delay Zhuowen's time and cultivation progress. However, the shape-shifting technique easily solved this problem for Zhuowen. After cultivating this secret skill, Zhuowen could divide himself into two clones and cultivate at the same time. Chapter 1602, Tao meaning moreover. The external incarnation that Zhuo, when cultivated through form displacement technique, was different from the Buddha and devil avatars that Zhuo, when had formed with the Buddha devil eye. The Buddha and demon avatars were only suitable for practicing the Buddha and demon cultivation method. Moreover, there were many limitations. After Zhuowen had reached the sage realm, he had completely activated the Buddha demon eye's power. The Buddha and demon avatars had returned to their original state and turned back into the Buddha demon eye. Moreover, the Buddha demon eye had activated the Buddha's 9 kowtows to heaven and the demon's 10 perilous lands. With Zhuowen's awareness, he had only comprehended the Buddha's 9 kowtows to heaven and the demon's 10 perilous lands. The further he progressed, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. As for the form displacement technique, it was a technique that separated one body into two, allowing one to cultivate two different cultivation methods at the same time. It could be said that this greatly increased Zhuowen's cultivation efficiency. Moreover, in the records of this jade slip, Not only was there the secret technique of the external avatar transformation, there was also a body-tempering medicinal formula called the Gold Lightning Body Tempering Slurry. The external avatar technique can greatly increase your cultivation efficiency. You should have seen the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry's formula, right? This thing has a good effect on your cultivation of the great success saint body. The first mountain god said indifferently. Zhuowen carefully looked at the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry and found that the main ingredient of the formula was the golden lightning bamboo. There were many precious elixirs in the formula. Moreover, according to the introduction, the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry had a great effect on the great success saint body. It was said that the medicinal effect could last until the pinnacle of the great success saint body. Of course, if he wanted to rely on the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry to cultivate the great success saint body to the pinnacle, he would need a large amount of the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry. From the formula, it could be seen that one golden lightning bamboo was enough to refine one portion of the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry. Moreover, one portion of the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry could be used for a long time. I wonder if the external avatar technique can split into three? Zhuowen couldn't help but turn his head and ask. The first mountain god squinted his eyes and said calmly, "It seems like you want to create another clone to cultivate your mental energy? Under normal circumstances, one can only split into two, but there is an exception. If you trust me, I can help you split into three. Since we have already reached a cooperative relationship, how can I not believe you?" Zhuowen smirked. The number one mountain god was unfathomable. Since the two of them had already reached an agreement, there was no reason for him to take advantage of him. With the first mountain god's cunning mind, he naturally guessed Zhuowen's thoughts. However, he did not care. If Zhuowen became stronger, it would only be beneficial to him. During this period of time, you can cultivate on the shore of the 19th mountain. I will personally guide you. I will do my best to help you split into three. The first mountain god said calmly. Zhuowen did not say anything. He sat on the shore and began to silently comprehend the external avatar technique in the jade slip. As for the Golden Lightning Body Tempering Slurry's formula, he used the communication jade slip to inform Long Xiaotian, so that he could help him collect the medicinal ingredients for the formula. Time passed slowly. Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the shore of the 19th mountain. The first mountain god silently leaned against the cliff like a statue. Of course, if one observed carefully, the first mountain god would often use his divine will to observe Zhuowen's situation. He would also use the secret sound transmission to inform Zhuowen of the secret to cultivating the external avatar technique. He would also point out where Zhuowen's cultivation went wrong. With the first mountain god's personal guidance, Zhuowen cultivated the external avatar technique at an extremely fast speed. In the 10th year, Zhuowen created his first clone. The first doppelganger looked exactly like Zhuowen. The first doppelganger had separated the energy of Zhuowen's physical body. This doppelganger had inherited Zhuowen's great success holy body. In other words, the power of Zhuowen's saint body was transferred to this first clone. The physique of Zhuowen's original body was exactly the same as an ordinary warrior's. After the power of the saint body was separated, Zhuowen's strength was obviously much weaker than before. In the past, he could kill a sky saint realm warrior and contend with a heaven-defying saint realm warrior by relying on the power of the saint body and the precept. But now, just by relying on the saint force in his dantian and the 8 precepts that he had comprehended, his combat strength still surpassed a warrior of the same level. However, he could only be compared to a sky saint realm warrior. As for a sky sun saint realm warrior, he would probably need the power of the Buddha demon eye. Of course, The separation of the first clone was only to increase the efficiency of his cultivation. The form swap could be reversed. He could integrate the first clone into his original body and double his combat strength. After separating the first clone, Zhuowen did not stop cultivating. Instead, he tried to separate the second clone. The first mountain god, who was watching from the side, also had a solemn expression. He knew very well that the difficulty of separating the second clone was much more difficult than the first clone. Zhuowen spent a total of 50 years to create his second clone before he finally managed to create it with great difficulty. The second clone was wearing an arcanist's loose robe. It focused on mind power cultivation. Zhuowen only needed to order the two clones to cultivate using his main sea of consciousness. Looking at the two clones standing in front of him, Zhuowen smiled. In the end, he still relied on form swap to separate the two clones. Of course, this was mainly due to the first mountain god. If the first mountain god hadn't pointed out many misconceptions during his cultivation, Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to create two clones. At most, he would only be able to create one. I've already helped you split one clone into three. It's time for me to leave. However, I hope you can remember my promise. It's best if you can comprehend the laws of the remaining forbidden areas as soon as possible. Also, you might not know this, but once you comprehend more than 10 laws, you will have the opportunity to sublimate and come into contact with the illusory Tao meaning. The first mountain god slowly turned his head, leaving Zhuowen with an imposing back view as he spoke with a profound tone. Tao meaning? What's that? Zhuowen frowned and asked curiously. This thing is illusory. It's a power of a deeper level that surpasses the laws. The origin of the dragon soul in your body is not simple. If it knows, you'll know by asking. Also, you should take a good look at the last level of the Qi Method Pavilion. Perhaps the Qi methods and secret techniques inside are of no use to the current you. However, you have overlooked one place. The things inside will definitely be of unimaginable help to you. The first mountain god's voice slowly sounded in Zhuowen's ears. After that, he completely disappeared in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not even notice how the first mountain god left. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Could it be that the last level of the techniques pavilion still hides some secrets? Zhuowen's gaze fell on the endless sea outside the 19th mountain. He frowned slightly. The first mountain god's last words were a kind of reminder. Kid, you can't completely trust the first mountain god's words. His words are half true and half false. Xiaohe landed on Zhuowen's shoulder and said cautiously, I know that. Zhuowen nodded and asked, Xiaohe, the first mountain god mentioned Tao meaning before. What is this Tao meaning? Tao meaning? This thing is illusory and indistinct, and it's usually very difficult to explain. Only when you personally experience it will you know. What the first mountain god said is also correct. If you really comprehend more than 10 laws, then you will indeed have the opportunity to come into contact with Tao intent. But I can only say that if you've really comprehended Tao insight, then that Tao insight will instantly double or even multiply your overall strength, said Xiaohe. Double or even multiply my overall strength. Is it that exaggerated? Zhuowen was completely shocked. Tao meaning could increase one's overall strength. And this overall strength was the strength that one would have after using all of their trump cards. Take Zhuowen as an example. Even after using all of his trump cards, he was still able to kill a Sky Saint Realm expert. If he had the support of Tao meaning, he might be able to kill a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert directly. Moreover, Tao meaning was really powerful for cultivators. If a celestial Saint Realm cultivator had Tao meaning, even if it only doubled his strength, it would be many times more powerful than before. Without a doubt, Tao meaning was much more terrifying and useful than laws. Moreover, the stronger one's strength was, the more terrifying the amplification of Tao meaning would be. A celestial saint's strength doubled was much more powerful than a heavenly saint's strength doubled. Of course, however, it is very difficult to comprehend Tao meaning. The conditions are also extremely harsh. Currently, it is publicly acknowledged that one has to comprehend more than 10 laws to have a chance to come into contact with Tao meaning. Of course, there are other ways to comprehend Tao meaning other than this method. Of course, the conditions are also extremely harsh. Xiaohe shook her head and said, Zhuo felt relieved in his heart when he heard this. However, he was rather fervent towards the Tao insight in his heart. The increase in overall strength was extremely tempting to him. No matter how high his cultivation was, this thing would be of great help to him. At present, I have only comprehended 8 laws. There are still 2 more to reach 10. I am afraid it is a bit too early to think about Tao meaning. Let's go to the cultivation technique pavilion first. Since the first mountain god said that there are secrets there, I will go and have a look. Zhuo shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. After catching up with Lo Smize and Lu Si in the 3rd heaven, he left the 3rd heaven. On the last floor of the cultivation technique pavilion, Zhuo looked around at the rows of shelves. These shelves were filled with jade slips. However, Zhuo had already browsed through the cultivation techniques in these jade slips. They were not particularly helpful to him. After all, the power of Zhuo's great success divine body was too terrifying. One strength could break 10,000 techniques. All cultivation techniques were not very useful to Zhuo. Because of this, he rarely entered the cultivation technique pavilion. This time, if it were not for the first mountain god's reminder, he would not have entered again. After walking around, Zhuo did not find anything unusual. He frowned slightly. There shouldn't be any places that I didn't find. Zhuo muttered in a low voice. His gaze fell on the table in the center, where there was an incense burner emitting a faint fragrance. Every time this incense burner comes in, it releases sandalwood fragrance. Is the sandalwood fragrance in here endless? No, this incense burner is strange. Chapter 16:03. Ascending the heavens, descending the yellow springs, something is indeed strange. Feeling the unmoving incense burner on the table, Zhuo's eyes flashed. He did not continue to try to pull out the incense burner, but silently observed it. After about half an incense stick's time, Zhuo once again stretched out his hand and gently twisted the surface of the incense burner. Soon after, there was the sound of a mechanism turning. A row of shelves on the north side slowly separated. Behind the shelves, there was a small hole that was a few feet long and wide. In the small hole, there was a bronze statue. The bronze statue's appearance was that of an evil spirit bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Sharp fangs, long claws, and ghost eyes that glowed with a bloody light. Zhuo could not help but frown. This bronze statue gave him an extremely strange feeling. Moreover, the surface of this evil spirit statue was covered with bloodstains. Zhuo could faintly smell a trace of blood. These bloodstains were not painted with paint, but real dried blood. What is this thing? Looking at the evil spirit in front of him, Zhuo was slightly unhappy. However, he still stretched out his hand and took the evil spirit statue in his hand. Suddenly, the evil spirit's eyes suddenly blinked. Soon after, a cruel laughter resounded in Zhuo's ears. Enter the yellow springs, only slaughter. Those who have committed grave sins and killed countless people can enter the yellow springs and obtain supreme power. Following the cruel laughter, Zhuo faintly heard these somewhat strange words. After these words echoed in Zhuowen's mind several times, the evil spirit statue in Zhuowen's hand suddenly floated in midair. Then, under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, it suddenly collapsed and turned into a long stream of green. This long stream of green was like a spirit snake that constantly slithered in midair. If one looked closely, this long stream of green was like ink drawing some kind of characters in midair. These characters formed a rich content. Slaughtering finger of the Yellow Springs? What kind of secret technique is this? Zhuowen stared blankly at the runes formed by the cyan stream. This is not a secret technique, but a supreme, immortal technique. Sure enough, there is indeed an immortal technique in the Azure Dragon Palace. I was a little puzzled before. It turns out that the immortal technique is hidden in such a secretive place. Xiao He flew out of the sea of consciousness and stood on Zhuowen's shoulder. She stared at the characters in midair, and her little eyes showed an unprecedented seriousness. Immortal technique. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of seriousness. He had naturally heard of celestial arts. It was said that celestial arts were extremely rare. Some celestial arts existed innately, while others were created after birth. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that their power was extremely terrifying. And how rare were immortal techniques? From the Baifang's memory, Zhuowen knew that even in the central region, only those extremely powerful forces possessed immortal spells. Moreover, even in a powerful force, the number of immortal spells was extremely limited. It was the kind that could be counted with one hand. Zhuowen, the immortal technique, is very powerful. If you learn this immortal technique, your strength will rise again, and this immortal technique will become your strongest trump card. Xiao He could not help but be moved. Although Zhuowen looked calm on the surface, his heart was like a raging storm. He was extremely agitated, and even his right hand began to tremble. Although Zhuowen had never seen an immortal technique with his own eyes, just from the Baifang's memory, he could vaguely feel how terrifying and powerful the immortal technique was. Thinking of this, Zhuowen memorized the runes in midair word by word in his mind. Moreover, as a precaution, he even engraved the contents in a jade slip. The threshold to cultivate the slaughtering finger of Netherworld is extremely low. I think you only need to cultivate it for 3 days to master it. Of course, the price to pay is that the slaughtering finger of Netherworld has almost no power at all. Xiao He knew more about immortal techniques than Zhuowen. With a glance, she could see the pros and cons of the immortal technique in front of her. After Xiao He's reminder, Zhuowen carefully looked at the slaughtering finger of Netherworld again. It was indeed, as Xiao He had said, the threshold to cultivate this immortal technique was so low that it made Zhuowen feel a little ashamed. However, the slaughtering finger of Netherworld had a special characteristic. It was that the further one cultivated it, the more terrifying its power would be. It was said that the slaughtering finger of Netherworld required continuous killing. Moreover, it was best to kill people who had committed heinous crimes and were unpardonably evil. If one killed a heinous criminal, the slaughtering finger of Netherworld would automatically absorb all the sins of the heinous criminal, forming the embryonic form of the Netherworld. When the number of sinful people killed increased, the Yellow Springs would also grow larger. And the larger the Yellow Springs was, the more powerful the Yellow Springs finger of massacre would become. It could be said that although the threshold to cultivate the slaughtering finger of Netherworld was very low, and its power was not strong in the beginning, as the Netherworld was condensed in the later stages, the power of the slaughtering finger of Netherworld would become extremely terrifying. This immortal technique was extremely malleable. As long as the Netherworld grew larger, the power of the slaughtering finger of Netherworld would become stronger. Let's cultivate the slaughtering finger of Netherworld first. Thinking of this, Zhuowen sat cross-legged and began to recall the incantation of the slaughtering finger of Netherworld in his mind. 3 days later, Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes. He pointed a finger at the air with his right hand. Instantly, an invisible force spread out in all directions like a dense spiderweb. Ascend to the heavens and descend to the underworld. Swoosh! Behind Zhuowen, a large amount of Netherworld water gushed out. However, this Netherworld water was only an illusion, and its power was limited. But even if its power was limited, the power of the slaughtering finger of Netherworld was far more terrifying than ordinary cultivation techniques. It had greatly increased Zhuowen's strength. If I want to increase the power of the slaughtering finger of Netherworld, it seems that I have to find some heinous criminals and experiment with them. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, Father has gathered all the materials for the gold lightning body tempering slurry. Zhuowen flipped his right hand, and a communication jade slip appeared in his palm. Long Xiaotian's voice came from it. After leaving the cultivation technique pavilion, Zhuowen re-entered the second layer of heaven and earth. Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao stood quietly in a pavilion as they waited for Zhuowen. Zhuowen, I have already gathered all the herbs for the prescription you gave me. I have to say that many of the herbs in your prescription are rare herbs that I have never heard of. If I didn't go to the elixir room to search, I wouldn't have been able to gather all these herbs. Long Xiaotian waved his right hand and threw a spirit ring to Zhuowen. He continued, Furthermore, even in the Azure Dragon Hall's elixir room, I only managed to find one set of the rare medicinal ingredients in those prescriptions. Zhuowen took the spirit ring and checked it. Indeed, all the herbs for the gold lightning body tempering slurry were gathered inside. Originally, Zhuowen planned to gather 3 sets. After all, he had 3 gold lightning bamboos. But since there was only one set of some herbs in the elixir room, he could only give up. Perhaps I should go to the Middle Earth to take a look at some of the rare herbs. However, these herbs are enough to refine one set of gold lightning body tempering slurry. Speaking up to here, Zhuowen looked at Long Xiaotian and said, Father, it's been hard on you this time. What's the point of saying this between us? What do you plan to do next? Are you preparing to go to the Middle Earth? Long Xiaotian waved his hand. Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, I am indeed preparing to go to the Middle Earth. I must find a Saint Celestial Master to heal the wound on Chen Shui's soul. Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao looked at each other and sighed. They were speechless. Although their family was finally reunited, they didn't expect that something like this would happen in the end. They really felt helpless. Father, Mother, do you want to go to the Middle Earth with me? Zhuowen looked at Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao and asked. Unexpectedly, Long Xiaotian shook his head and said, Your mother and I don't plan to go to the Middle Earth. Father is already satisfied with saving Xiao. I only want to stay with Xiao. Hearing this, Zhuowen was silent for a moment. In the end, he agreed with Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao's decision. He knew that his father and mother had been separated for more than 20 years. They didn't want to experience a homeless life and didn't have any great ambitions. Although the world in the Azure Dragon Hall wasn't small, it was still a small world. Compared to the 4 major regions, it was still lacking. It was more suitable for the 2 of them to stay in the 4 major regions. Moreover, there were countless experts in the Middle Earth. They didn't know what would happen if they went there. Zhuowen also didn't want his parents to take such a big risk. In the end, Zhuowen left Ryuka to Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Long Xiangding. They stayed in the 4 major regions together, while Zhuowen took the Azure Dragon Hall and prepared to go to the Middle Earth. Zhuowen was very clear that the Azure Dragon Hall might be able to cultivate individual profound sages, but it was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens to produce a heaven sage. Back then, Long Xiaotian also relied on various opportunities to become a heaven sage. After that, no one else became a heaven sage. The help that profound sages could provide to Zhuowen was extremely limited. Therefore, even if he brought Ryuka to the Middle-earth, it would be useless. It was better to leave Ryuka in the 4 major regions. With Ryuka's current foundation and strength, it was enough to unify the 4 major regions and become the overlord outside of the Middle-earth. Zhuowen also moved the Excellent Gods Academy back to its original location in the Divine Spectre realm. He knew that since the Icefire family had pointed the spearhead of suspicion at him, it was unlikely that they would pay attention to the Excellent Gods Academy. Instead, they would always pay attention to Zhuowen. In this trip to the Middle-earth, Zhuowen would be especially careful and cautious. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai had already gone to the Middle-earth, while Jianan and Gatha had returned to their family. Therefore, Zhuowen's only friends in the Azure Dragon Hall were Mo Lingtian and Mo Yen Wushang. Zhuowen, I have already become Dao companions with senior sister Su Lingping. We are preparing to become elders of the Excellent Gods Academy and guard the academy together. Moreover, I don't have the key to the 9 underworld's great array on me. After leaving these words, Mo Lingtian simply left. Chapter 1604. 9. Serenity's great array Moyen Wushang stared at the back of the man in front of her. She bit her lower lip and tears welled up in her eyes. Her heart was filled with helplessness and grievances. She was very clear that the gap between her and the man in front of her was getting bigger and bigger. His heart was not with her, but with Mu Qinxue. Wushang, what do you plan to do next? Zhuowen slowly turned his head and stared at the woman in front of him. He sighed. Moyen Wushang forced a smile and said, Zhuowen, I haven't reached the Saint Realm yet. I know that with my talent. I'm afraid I'll never reach the Half-Saint Realm. I don't have the qualifications to enter the Central Continent. I plan to stay in Ryuka in the 4 great regions. After saying this, Moyen Wushang smiled. She waved her hand, and a zither appeared in front of her. She slowly stroked the zither and said softly, Before you leave, can I play a song for you? Just like the song elder sister Chen Shui played for you in the past. This parting song will be something you will remember in your heart. Zhuowen stared deeply at Moyen Wushang and finally sat down cross-legged on the ground. Moyen Wushang revealed a smile. She slowly stroked the zither, and her fingers moved like flowing water. The melodious sound of the zither, the sorrowful tune, the sorrow of parting were all slowly interpreted in this song. Drip, tears streaked across her eyes, and a teardrop fell on the zither. Moyen Wushang's eyelids trembled. She smiled and cried as she looked at Zhuowen. She said softly, Zhuowen, goodbye. I hope you won't forget this song. I also hope that when you're tired in the Central Continent, you can return to the 4 great regions. At that time, you can bring Sister Qin Shui back, and I'll play another song to celebrate. After saying this, Moyen Wushang carried the zither and left, looking at the departing figure. Zhuowen's heart was filled with emotions, but he knew that it was time for them to part. Moyen Wushang didn't have the key to the 9 Serenity's great array, and she was too weak. The Central Plains was too dangerous for her. Although Zhuowen could bring Moyen Wushang into the Azure Dragon Palace, he didn't do so. He knew very well that in the Middle Earth, the law of the jungle was even crueler than in the 4 major regions. Even he might not be able to stand firm in such a place, let alone Moyen of War. If one day Zhuowen were to die in the Central Plains, he would implicate Moyen Wushang in the Azure Dragon Hall. Therefore, Zhuowen decided not to bring Moyan Wushang to the Central Plains. Zhuowen sat cross-legged for a long time before he finally stood up slowly. He looked up at the distant horizon and said in a low voice, "All good things must come to an end. If we are fated, we will naturally meet again one day. If we are not, then we will be strangers." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly vanished on the spot. At this moment, he had already made arrangements for the 4 major regions. Now he had no more worries. It was time for him to head to the Central Plains. In the depths of the vast 9 Serenity sky, a long rainbow streaked across. Finally, the rainbow stopped on a meteorite that was as huge as a planet. A slender figure appeared. Zhuowen flipped his right hand, and a golden shuttle-shaped object appeared in his palm. It emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light became more and more intense. Finally, it turned into a golden line and shot out towards the depths of the dark and cold 9 Serenities sky. It seems that the 9 Serenities great array should be in the depths of the 9 Serenities sky. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His feet were like the wind as he stepped in the air and shot out like a bolt of lightning. The purple lightning wings on his back unfurled, and his speed immediately increased to another level. He instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the depths of the 9 Serenities sky, there was an endless amount of meteorites floating in the void. The distance between the meteorites was extremely short, as if they were stuck together. As the meteorites in the meteorite pile were too close to each other, there would occasionally be meteorites that were extremely close to each other colliding and causing dazzling sparks to erupt. Zhuowen, who had mastered the laws of the void, was like a fish in water in the dense meteorite pile. He was as fast as lightning. There is an extremely powerful suction force in the center of the meteorite pile. The moment Zhuowen entered the meteorite pile, his eyes narrowed. He could feel a powerful suction force in the center of the meteorite pile. It was this suction force that caused the meteorite pile to rotate in a clockwise direction. The void. Zhuowen stepped into the void and dodged a meteorite that was flying towards him. In about 10 minutes, Zhuowen had arrived at the center of the meteorite pile. In the middle of the meteorite pile, there was a huge array formation that stood erect. On the surface of the formation, there were 9 huge exotic beasts of different shapes and sizes. These 9 exotic beasts were constructed from black ores that resembled black iron. The 9 strange beasts all opened their bloody mouths, and within their mouths there was the brilliance of a restrictive formation. Within the mouths of the 9 exotic beasts was the core teleportation formation of the 9 Serenities Great Formation. Zhuowen discovered that 7 of the 9 exotic beasts' mouths were dim and almost dim. He knew that these dim lights meant that the formations in the mouths of the 7 exotic beasts had already been used. If he wanted to activate the teleportation formation again, it would probably take a long time. Long Tian. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and a burly young man appeared in front of Zhuowen. He knelt on one knee and said, "Long Tian greets my lord. Take out your key. This is the 9 Serenities Great Formation in front of us. Let's enter together." Zhuowen said indifferently. Long Tian looked at the 9 exotic beasts in front of him, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Thank you, Lord Long One." Long Tian took out the key and followed Zhuowen into the mouths of the remaining 2 exotic beasts. However, before entering the mouths of the exotic beasts, Zhuowen used the 100 transformation divine art in advance to change his appearance and aura, turning into a young man with a zombie face. The instant the 2 of them placed their keys into a groove in the exotic beast's mouth, the exotic beast seemed to have come to life. Its gaping mouth actually closed abruptly. Zhuowen only felt his vision go black, and then his mind felt a little dizzy, as if he was in a space-time tunnel. This feeling of dizziness lasted for an unknown amount of time. When Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a valley, and a clamor sounded in his ears. This valley was extremely deep, and the surrounding rock walls were blood-red in color. Even the soil under Zhuowen's feet was blood-red in color. However, Zhuowen raised his head to look at the sky again. He discovered that the sky was no longer blue, but had a faint trace of blood red. It was as if the sky was dyed with blood, and it looked extremely strange. "Sir, is this the Central Plains?" Long Tian slowly walked to Zhuowen's side and looked around at the strange valley. He couldn't help but ask Zhuowen in a low voice. "If the Nine Serenities Great Formation is correct, this should be the Central Plains. However, I can't tell where, in the Central Plains, this is." Zhuowen shook his head and said somewhat helplessly. At this moment, Zhuowen withdrew his gaze from the surrounding terrain and immediately focused on the source of the clamor in the valley. The source of the noise was in the center of the valley. A group of extraordinarily mighty blood-armored soldiers stood there. At this moment, the group of soldiers stared at Zhuowen with some mockery in their eyes. They pointed and even laughed at him from time to time. At this moment, Zhuowen also noticed that there was a blood-red formation several meters wide beneath his feet. At this moment, slivers of blood-red light appeared on the surface of the formation, and the light gradually dimmed. It seemed that the blood-red formation was the teleportation formation in the Central Plains, and it was also the destination of the Nine Serenities Great Formation. 2 rookies from the 4 major regions? I wonder where in the 4 major regions they're from. The 2 blood-armored soldiers slowly walked forward. Their eyes were filled with mockery, and their voices were filled with ill intentions. "He, Qianliang, and Gu Yun are preparing to bully the rookies again. I really don't know why the 2 of them are so keen on bullying the rookies. Could it be that you don't know? When Qianliang and Gu Yun first came to the Central Plains, they were bullied miserably, and all their belongings were taken away. Now that the 2 of them finally became soldiers guarding the teleportation formation, how could they let go of such a good opportunity to bully the rookies?" That's right. In any case, the rookies who just came from the 4 major regions aren't very strong. Qianliang and Gu Yun should go up and teach the 2 of them a lesson so that they can remember. In the center of the valley, the group of blood-armored soldiers grinned as they watched this scene. They knew that the 2 rookies who had just arrived were going to suffer. Of course, these blood-armored soldiers had experienced this kind of suffering when they first came to the Central Plains. So at this moment, they were all gloating, looking at Qianliang and Gu Yun, who were harboring ill intentions. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't tell me that we have the obligation to report our origins after being teleported here." The cultivation of Qianliang and Gu Yun wasn't bad. They had both reached the profound void, Saint Realm. Moreover, Zhuowen was even more shocked to find that the cultivation of the other blood-armored soldiers were all in the profound void, Saint Realm. Although the profound void, Saint Realm, was the lowest realm in the profound sage realm, they were still sages. Such existences would be considered the upper echelons of the major forces in the 4 major regions, but here they were merely guards of the teleportation formation. After discovering this, Zhuowen realized that the strength of the Central Plains had somewhat exceeded his imagination. Even the gatekeepers were sages. Could it be that every cultivator in the Central Plains was a sage? Of course, Zhuowen's idea was somewhat unreliable. In the Central Plains, there were even more cultivators who had yet to enter the sage realm. And this kind of position guarding a transmission array was relatively good. Moreover, the minimum requirement was to become a profound sage. Chapter 16:05, Blood Refinement Manor. Oh, this newcomer is quite stubborn this time, but I quite like him. The more stubborn a newcomer is, the more I want to teach him a lesson. Hee hee. Gu Yun chuckled. Qian Liang spoke in a neutral tone. Brother Gu is right. I like newcomers like this. My lord, do you want me to teach these two fellows a lesson? Long Tian spoke in a low voice. Give each of them 20 slaps. Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Long Tian nodded. Gu Yun and Qian Liang stared at Zhuowen with strange gazes, and then they roared with laughter. You really are a newcomer that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A mere piece of trash from the 4 regions wants you to slap us? You're really making us laugh our heads off. However, Gu Yun and Qian Liang's laughter didn't continue for long because Long Tian had already transformed into a shadow. He blasted out with his palm, and it swiftly descended onto Gu Yun's face. Slap! Gu Yun was utterly unable to see Long Tian's figure clearly, and he only felt pain on his face. After that, he was directly slapped to the point his entire body was sent flying, and he floated in midair like a rootless duckweed. Rumble! It wasn't long before Gu Yun crashed heavily onto the ground, causing it to crack apart. On the other hand, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his cheeks swelled up while his gaze dimmed. Stomp! Stomp! Qian Liang retreated repeatedly. Long Tian's speed was too swift, and he didn't even see Long Tian's figure clearly before he noticed to his astonishment that Gu Yun, who was beside him, had been slapped, and Gu Yun had even spat out blood and fallen to the ground. My lord said 20 slaps. Long Tian was very meticulous. He lifted Gu Yun up from the ground and slapped him mercilessly. Instantly, the sound of slapping could be heard. Gu Yun's face was swollen like a pig's head. His cheeks were swollen, and no one could recognize his face. Long Tian had obtained a lot of saint luck from the 9 Underworld Conference. In addition, Zhuowen had deliberately nurtured him with many good resources from the Azure Dragon Hall. In addition, Long Tian's aptitude was really good, so Long Tian's cultivation had already reached the 3rd mystic, the Glimpse Profound Saint Realm. With Long Tian's cultivation taking care of Gu Yun and Qian Liang, these 2 void profound saints was as easy as lifting up a chicken. Prying profound saint realm. Qian Liang's mouth was agape as his pupils constricted to the size of needles, and he revealed a trace of disbelief. He never imagined that there would actually be an existence with such a terrifying cultivation from the 4 territories. Although it wasn't that such a cultivator had never appeared before, the probability of this happening was very low. After all, the 4 territories had teleportation arrays, and a certain number of cultivators would be teleported over every once in a while. Most of these cultivators who were teleported over were half-step saints, and a few were in the void profound saint realm. Those who surpassed the void profound saint realm were very rare. But now, Long Tian was a powerful glimpse profound saint realm cultivator. Moreover, this Long Tian seemed to be the servant of the young man with the zombie face. If the servant alone was so powerful, then how powerful would the young man with the zombie face be? He's actually a glimpse profound saint realm cultivator. This time, he really kicked an iron plate the other blood-armored soldiers, who were originally standing in the central area of the valley. All had solemn expressions and shock in their eyes. My lord, Gu Yun and I were just joking just now. Please don't blame us. I apologize to you. I hope that my lord can be magnanimous and forgive this lowly one this time. Qian Liang was extremely quick-witted. He hurriedly lowered his posture and apologized to Zhuowen and Long Tian with a fawning smile on his face. Long Tian stopped and turned to look at Zhuowen with an inquiring look in his eyes. 20 slaps. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he said, slowly. After receiving Zhuowen's reply, Long Tian kicked out. His figure was like lightning as he swept in front of Qian Liang in an instant. Qian Liang roared and instantly fled to the side with his right foot. He knew that, with his Sky Saint Realm cultivation, he was no match for Long Tian. Moreover, he didn't want to become a pighead like Gu Yun, so he could only escape. Unfortunately, Qian Liang's speed was no match for Long Tian's. Long Tian stretched out his hand, and Saint Qi gushed out. It turned into a dragon and instantly caught up with Qian Liang. It entangled him and then pulled him over. Slap, 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 slap. Long Tian did not hold back as he grabbed Qian Liang by the collar. He slapped Qian Liang with his right hand at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Long Tian then threw the dying Qian Liang on the ground. His pair of cold eyes landed on the group of blood-armored soldiers in the middle of the valley. The group of blood-armored soldiers felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt as though they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. It seems like all of you have a hobby of trampling on newbies. If that's the case, why don't you trample on me as well? Zhuowen slowly walked to Long Tian's side as his eyes landed on the group of blood-armored soldiers. However, his words caused the group of blood-armored soldiers to curse in their hearts. After witnessing Long Tian's terrifying strength, how would they dare to trample on them? Tell me, where is this place? Seeing that the group of blood-armored soldiers did not speak, Zhuowen could not be bothered with them. Instead, he asked indifferently, "This is the capital of the Blood Refining Mansion, the Blood Jade County. This valley is called the Blood Flow Valley. The Blood Flow Valley is the location of one of the few teleportation formations in the Blood Refining Mansion that is connected to the outside world," one of the blood-armored soldiers said with a flattering smile. After seeing what happened to Gu Yun and Qian Liang, the group of blood-armored soldiers naturally became more cautious. They did not dare to speak carelessly. They also answered Zhuowen's questions without hesitation. Blood Refining Mansion? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he began to search Bai Fang's memories for information related to the Blood Refining Mansion. In the Central Plains, there were a total of 99 mansions. Every mansion was extremely vast. The extent of its vastness was not inferior to the 4 main regions. Some mansions were even larger than the 4 main regions. The Blood Refining Mansion was one of the 99 mansions. Bai Fang's family, the Bai clan, was in the Green Lotus Mansion. However, the Green Lotus Mansion was more than 10 mansions away from the Blood Refining Mansion. It was an extremely long distance. Moreover, the relationship between the Blood Refining Mansion and the Green Lotus Mansion was not good. Hence, there was no communication between the 2 mansions. Hence, there was no teleportation formation between the 2 mansions. Hence, it was impossible to teleport from the Blood Refining Mansion to the Green Lotus Mansion. What's going on? A rough voice suddenly sounded from the entrance of the valley. A middle-aged, brawny man in a ferocious blood-red armor walked over quickly. When his gaze fell on the dying Gu Yun and Qian Liang, who were swollen like pigs, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, his gaze quickly fell on Long Tian and Zhuowen. "It's the captain. The captain is here." The group of soldiers in blood-red armor, who had been silent out of fear, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the burly man in blood-red armor. It was as though the burly man in blood-red armor was their backbone. His arrival calmed them down. The burly man in blood-red armor came before Gu Yun and Qian Liang. He bent down and checked on them with his right hand. When he found that they were not in mortal danger, his gaze softened a little. "You brought Gu Yun and Qian Liang to treat their injuries. Are the 2 of you new here?" The burly man in blood-red armor said to the group of soldiers in blood-red armor. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Zhuowen and Long Tian. "Yes, if there is nothing else, we are going to leave this place," Zhuowen said nonchalantly. He took Long Tian with him and tried to pass by the burly man in blood-red armor. Whoosh! The burly man in blood-red armor raised his right hand and blocked Zhuowen's path. His gaze was sinister as he said, "Do you think you can leave so easily after beating up my subordinates? Your subordinates treated us as pushovers. I only taught them a small lesson. Is there a problem with that?" Zhuowen said nonchalantly. The burly man in blood-red armor narrowed his eyes. He had naturally heard about how the soldiers in blood-red armor often trampled on the newcomers. However, he did not expect to kick an iron plate this time. Moreover, the burly man in blood-red armor could sense that Long Tian, who was beside Zhuowen, was not weak. Both of them were experts at the profound glimpse saint stage. The burly man in blood-red armor looked at Long Tian before his gaze fell on Zhuowen. He said nonchalantly, "I can let you leave," but at this point, the burly man in blood-red armor pointed at Zhuowen and said, "If you can take 3 of my moves, I will let you go immediately." Based on Long Tian's aura, there was no doubt that the burly man in blood-red armor was at the profound glimpse saint stage. Although Long Tian was respectful to the burly man in front of him, the burly man in blood-red armor did not exude any powerful aura. Therefore, the burly man in blood-red armor boldly guessed that the burly man in front of him did not have a strong cultivation. He should be a young master of one of the overlord forces in the 4 major regions. The burly man in blood-red armor made this request because he did not want to let Zhuowen and Long Tian leave so easily. After all, his subordinates had been beaten up. If he did not seek justice for his subordinates, his prestige would drop significantly. Long Tian looked at the burly man in blood-red armor strangely. He did not expect the burly man in blood-red armor to provoke Zhuowen. Was he not courting death? Zhuowen's cultivation had already reached the profound fragmentation saint stage. Moreover, his actual combat strength was far beyond his cultivation on the surface. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or combat strength, the burly man in blood-red armor was completely defeated by Zhuowen. However, the burly man in blood-red armor did not know what was good for him and challenged Zhuowen. This was a perfect example of the saying, "If you don't court death, you won't die." If you can get up after taking one of my punches, you can do whatever you want with me." Zhuowen said, somewhat amused. How arrogant." The burly man in blood-red armor squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. "You think you can defeat me with one punch? How ridiculous. I would like to have a taste of your strength." As he spoke, the burly man in blood-red armor stomped his right foot on the ground. Following that, the ground under his feet began to crack. His aura was rising at a terrifying speed that was visible to the naked eye. Boom! The burly man in blood-red armor was like a muffled thunder. As he stomped his foot on the ground, his speed was like lightning. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was standing. The ground where he had been standing collapsed into countless pieces. Blood Oxbow Horn. Chapter 16:06. Xiao Yu, it's actually the Blood Oxbow Horn. I didn't expect the captain to use a killing move right from the start. Is he planning to defeat this young man in one blow? This young man is too arrogant. It's understandable that the captain would use a killing move. The moment the red-armored man used the Blood Oxbow Horn, the surrounding red-armored soldiers were in an uproar and spread out in all directions. Although Long Tian had shown great strength and was respectful to the zombie-faced young man, the zombie-faced young man's aura was weak. His strength was definitely not great. Their guess was similar to the red-armored man's. After the uproar, many of the red-armored soldiers had mocking looks on their faces. The red-armored man was their captain, and his strength had reached the profound glimpse saint realm. His battle strength was not any weaker than Long Tian's. In fact, he might even be stronger. In their opinion, The zombie-faced young man, who looked weak, would definitely not be a match for their captain. Whoosh! The burly man in crimson armor was extremely fast. He was like an illusory crimson light that soared into the sky. The crimson shadow transformed into a huge crimson bull that was like a huge crimson mountain that came crashing down from the sky with boundless power. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and stared at the blood-red bull that was getting closer and closer. It was like a straight spear that stood quietly on the spot. As the wind whistled, Zhuowen's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked very carefree. In the eyes of the red-armored soldiers, Zhuowen's appearance was a complete fool. They could not help but laugh. The red-armored man's smile became wider and wider. It was like a blooming daisy that looked slightly sinister. When the blood-colored bull was within 10 meters of him, Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Immediately, an ink-black dragon seal appeared in his palm. Clang! As soon as the dragon seal appeared, black chains shot out and bound the blood-red bull. Countless dragon shadows appeared on the surface of the black chain, roaring towards the sky. It was Zhuowen's heavenly dragon lock seal. Although he had learned the heavenly dragon lock mark when he was in the Emperor realm, the power of the heavenly dragon lock mark naturally increased as his strength increased. It was not difficult for the bulky man in blood-red armor, whose cultivation was lower than his. Zhuowen held the heavenly dragon lock seal in his right hand. Then he clenched his fist and threw the blood-red bull. The blood-red bull let out a sad cry and was thrown to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The man in blood-red armor couldn't help but be dragged away by this terrifying force. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, as if he was a dog eating **T. The red-armored man pressed his hands against the ground, and just as he was about to get up, a foot reached out and stomped on his body. Puchi! The strength of this foot was immense. When it landed on the back of the man in blood-red armor, he spat out a mouthful of blood and buried his face in the ground. Although the burly man's blood energy was gushing out like a volcanic eruption, it was easy to see how terrifying the burly man's blood energy was just by looking at it. Even so, the man in blood-red armor couldn't get up under Zhuowen's right foot. No matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. Looking at this funny scene, the soldiers in blood-red armor, who were waiting to watch a good show, were all stunned. Some of the soldiers even slapped themselves in the face, thinking that they were hallucinating. The man in blood-red armor, who had used his strongest killing move, the Blood Bull Bao Horn, couldn't even withstand one move from the young man with a zombie face. He was knocked to the ground. Long Tian sneered in his heart. He knew Zhuowen's strength, so when the man in blood-red armor challenged Zhuowen, he knew that the man in blood-red armor was courting death. The result was within his expectations. I heard from your soldiers that this is your strongest killing move. How dare you call such a weak move a killer move? Zhuowen stepped on the man in blood-red armor. His shoulder-length hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were indifferent. He looked like a peerless expert. The man in blood-red armor trembled. Although he struggled even more violently, his struggle was futile under Zhuowen's foot. What's the difference between you, Gu Yun and Qian Liang? Before you pick on the weak, you'd better train your eyes. With that, Zhuowen moved his right foot and kicked the man in blood-red armor in the chest. The man in blood-red armor groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying in a sorry state. Captain, when the group of soldiers saw the brawny man in blood-red armor flying away, they all rushed over and tried to stop him from flying away. However, when the soldiers unleashed their saint power and came into contact with the man in blood-red armor, they felt as if their arms were pressed against an unreachable mountain. Then the soldiers howled in pain and were sent flying as well. There were even some unlucky bastards whose arms were directly broken by the enormous force due to the frightening impact. Their screams were unceasingly heard. The group of people flew for about 100 feet before they landed on the ground. When they hit the ground, the entire bloody valley shook. Long Tion's eyes flickered as he revealed a wisp of shock. He had never imagined that Zhuo Wen's attack would be so terrifying. There was no doubt that if he were to face Zhuo Wen now, he would not be able to take even one blow. He would not be any better than the man in blood-red armor. Master strength is getting more and more terrifying. Long Tian thought to himself as he stared at the unmoving figure in front of him with mixed feelings. Long Tian, let's go. Zhuo Wen did not care about the men in blood-red armor who were sent flying by his kick. He took a step forward and walked out of the bloody valley. Long Tian quickly followed behind Zhuo Wen. His eyes were like torches as he walked with a majestic gait. Uffed, the man in blood-red armor covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. He struggled to stand up and stared at the two men who were leaving the bloody valley. His legs were trembling. As for the blood-armored soldiers behind him, they were all howling in agony and shrieking incessantly. Where did these two men come from? I must report this to the general, the man in blood-red armor said hatefully before he staggered out of the bloody valley. The Blood Jade County was the capital of the Blood Refining Mansion. It was also the largest county in the entire mansion. The ruler of the Blood Refining Mansion, Mansion Master Shui Hentian, lived in the Blood Jade County. There were a total of 99 prefectures in the Central Plains. Every prefecture was extremely vast, and the strength of the prefecture master of each prefecture was extremely terrifying. Although the Blood Refining Mansion could only be considered average among the 99 mansions, it was still far more powerful than the combined forces of the 4 major domains. The Blood Jade County was huge. It was like a crouching ancient beast. Above the huge county, there was a river of blood jade floating. The entire county was filled with a faint smell of blood. As he walked through Bloodshed County, Zhuo Wen only had one feeling about this county city, and that was that it was huge, extremely huge. Moreover, the cultivators of Emerald Blood County were all like dragons and tigers, and their auras were as vigorous as dragons. Even some half-saints and invincible imperial lords had auras that were far more powerful than cultivators of the same level from the other 4 regions. Zhuo Wen and Long Tian strolled around the county for half a day. However, they were still unable to explore the entire county. With Zhuo Wen's powerful will, they had not even covered 1% of the county. One could imagine how huge the county was. It was not something any city in the 4 major domains could compare to. After strolling around for a while, Zhuo Wen and Long Tian found an ordinary inn. They planned to stay there for the time being. After that, they would inquire about the central region and how to get to the Green Lotus Mansion. The Bai family was in the Green Lotus Mansion. Zhuo Wen had promised the Bai Fong that if he came to the central region, he would definitely pay the Bai family a visit and returned the Bai Fong's belongings. Of course, if there was something Zhuo Wen could help with, he would naturally help. If the Bai family was strong enough, with Zhuo Wen's meager strength, helping them would be unnecessary. However, he could faintly sense from the Bai Fong's memories that the Bai family had begun to decline back then. He just did not know if the Bai family would continue to decline or rise against the trend after so many years had passed. The inn that Zhuo Wen and Long Tian chose was one of the most inconspicuous on the street. On the surface, the inn looked extremely ordinary, even a little shabby. It was a far cry from the grand inns they had visited before. However, it was much quieter than the other places. It suited Zhuo Wen's taste. At his level, the comfort of his residence did not affect him much. He valued the environment more. If the environment was quiet, even if it was in the wilderness, Zhuowen could stay there for a year or so. Although this inn was a bit run down, there were still quite a few martial artists living inside. Zhuo Wenming discovered that most of the martial artists who came in and out of the entrance had very weak cultivations. Most of them were actually Emperor realm martial artists. Zhuo Wenming even saw a few Empyreans. This kind of cultivation might be considered good in the 4 great regions, but in a place like the Central region, it was simply the lowest level of existence. Xiaoyu, you're up so early again. You're really diligent. Hard work pays off. Xiaoyu, you have to work hard. In the future, you'll definitely become an expert and be famous in the Blood Justice County. When the time comes, Xiaoyu will have a meteoric rise. You have to take care of us brothers. After these cultivators walked out of the inn, they would greet a rather delicate figure at the entrance of the inn with great enthusiasm and concern. Zhuowen's gaze passed these cultivators and landed on the delicate figure. The figure was rather petite, half a head shorter than Zhuowen. It was wearing some old, loose clothes. These clothes were ordinary adult men's clothes. However, on the petite figure, it was like a loose robe. It was a great contrast. The figure had short hair and a delicate face. It was 17 or 18 years old and looked like a handsome man standing quietly. Chapter 1607. Peace in. The girl was young, but because she was wearing the clothes of a grown man, if one did not look carefully, they might think that she was a delicate and pretty little boy. Of course, the girl was not deliberately dressed as a man. She was just wearing the clothes of a grown man. The girl sat cross-legged at the entrance of the inn, breathing quietly. The power of stars was faintly discernible around her body. With Zhuowen's cultivation, he could naturally tell that the girl's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th Heaven Emperor realm. She was not far from the 7th Heaven Emperor realm. From the cultivators who came out of the inn, it could be seen that the girl in front of them was the manager or owner of the inn. Faced with the many cultivators in the inn, the girl smiled slightly and politely answered them one by one. Her eyes were filled with determination. Brothers, are you also here to stay? The inn established by Xiaoyu and her grandfather is the most reasonable and the cheapest inn in the entire Blood Jade County. The two of you have really come to the right place. Cultivators walked out of the inn in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing. When they passed by Zhuowen and Long Tian, an older cultivator smiled kindly at the two of them and said, "Let's go." In his words, there was naturally no lack of praise for this inn. In his opinion, since Zhuowen and Long Tian had come here, they were probably similar to them. Their cultivation was not high, and they did not have enough spirit stones to afford the luxurious inns in Blood Justice County. Therefore, they had come to this inn. A strange look appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he looked at the group of cultivators who had kind smiles on their faces. In the world of cultivators, Zhuowen had struggled for many years. He knew that the world of cultivators was cruel and the strong preyed on the weak. This was the first time he had seen such a kind smile on a cultivator's face. "You can say that," Zhuowen said ambiguously. The older cultivator did not mind Zhuowen's indifferent tone. He gave Zhuowen a brief introduction of the inn, and his tone suggested that he was recommending the two of them to check in. After that, he left. "Welcome to Peace Inn." When Zhuowen and Long Tian arrived at the entrance of the inn, the girl opened her beautiful eyes and sized up Zhuowen and Long Tian before smiling. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the girl. He narrowed his eyes and frowned. "Sir, do you have any questions?" The girl also noticed Zhuowen's strange behavior and could not help but ask. "It's fine. Prepare 2 rooms for the 2 of us. We're going to stay here for a while," Zhuowen said calmly. "All right, the 2 of you, please follow me." The girl nodded and jumped down, leading Zhuowen and Long Tian into the inn. At the front desk of the inn stood an amiable white-haired old man. When he saw the girl bringing Zhuowen and Long Tian in, he hurriedly greeted them with a smile. "Welcome to our inn," the white-haired old man said with a smile. "Grandpa, since the two of them want to stay here, we should have a few empty rooms, right?" The girl smiled sweetly. The white-haired old man nodded slightly, then took out a bunch of keys. He took out 2 keys with numbers and handed them to the girl. "Rooms 67 and 68 are still empty. Innkeeper, how do we calculate the room rates?" Zhuowen asked with a smile. "There are 2 ways to calculate. One is by daily payment, and the other is by monthly payment. Monthly payment is cheaper than daily payment. Daily payment is 5 lower-grade spiritual stones per day. Monthly payment is only 120 lower-grade spiritual stones, which is 30 lower-grade spiritual stones cheaper than daily payment," the white-haired old man said with a smile. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was a little surprised at the cheap price of this inn. He knew the prices of other inns. Most of them were dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive than this Peace Inn. 120 low-grade spirit stones a month was not a lot for a martial artist in a short period of time. However, martial artists had no sense of time when they cultivated. They might cultivate for a year, 2 years, 10 years, or even 100 years. Cultivating in an inn for such a long period of time was a huge sum of money for ordinary warriors. Most of them could not afford so many spiritual stones. Therefore, warriors who lived in inns would go out to earn spiritual stones every once in a while. The main reason why the Blood Azure County inns were so important was that they could not stay on the streets of the Blood Azure County. At night, the guards of the Blood Refining Mansion would patrol the streets. If they were found to be loitering outside in the middle of the night, they would be driven out of the Blood Azure County or imprisoned. Therefore, the number of inns in the Blood Azure County was much more than other shops. After all, most warriors did not own a residential area in the Blood Azure County. The price of a residence in the Blood Azure County was extremely expensive. It would easily cost thousands or tens of thousands of higher-grade spiritual stones. Even Zhuowen could not afford so many spiritual stones. "Then let's do the monthly payment." After Zhuo, when handed over 240 low-grade spirit stones, he was led upstairs by the girl. Now, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to leave the Blood Azure County. He planned to first understand the specific route from the Blood Refining Mansion to the Green Lotus Mansion before setting off. After all, he was not familiar with the central region. If he left in a daze, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. After entering the guest room, the girl named Xiao Yu briefly introduced the room's facilities and then left the room. Of course, Xiao Yu's introduction was superfluous for Zhuowen and Long Tian because the room was really simple. In the room, besides a bed, there was an old table, an old stool, and an oil lamp that had not yet burned out. "My lord, the way you looked at the girl was a little different. Is there something wrong with her?" Long Tian suddenly asked. "It's not that there's a problem with this girl. It's just that this girl's physique is somewhat strange. She's clearly a girl, but I actually felt an extremely blazing yang energy in her body. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. Perhaps I was mistaken." Zhuowen shook his head. Long Tian nodded and cupped his fists at Zhuowen before returning to his room. Zhuowen slowly sat on the edge of the bed. His eyes flickered as he muttered, "I'll absorb Senior Bai Feng's memories about the Blood Refining Mansion and the Green Lotus Mansion. It'll be more convenient when the time comes." After saying that, Zhuowen slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, Zhuowen also handed the materials for the golden lightning body tempering slurry to Chung Huang. After all, Cheng Huang was skilled in alchemy and knew much more than Zhuowen. In an extremely large and luxurious pavilion in the Blood Jade County, a man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes was sitting on a huge table. He wore a majestic, exotic beast blood armor. The blood-red hair and blood-red eyes man's aura was extremely powerful. Waves of dense blood chi soared and erupted from the man's body. The blood chi soared and transformed into ferocious beasts, filling the entire hall with a savage and ferocious aura. A brawny man in blood-red armor knelt on the ground with one knee. He lowered his head and did not dare to raise it. In this hall, the terrifying blood-red savage chi that was everywhere shocked the brawny man in blood-red armor. This brawny man in blood-red armor was none other than the captain who was in charge of the Blood Flow Valley's teleportation array. You said that your group of people in the Blood Flow Valley were all defeated by a single person. You were even trampled under his feet. The man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes sat in front of the table and said indifferently. The brawny man in blood-red armor's eyes flickered and his body trembled. He squeezed out a smile with difficulty and said, "Sir, that person's strength is too strong. He's definitely far beyond the glimpse profound saint realm. This person might be a pure profound saint realm or even a fragmented profound saint realm saint." There's such a powerful saint from the 4 major regions. The man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes frowned slightly and said in surprise, "Sir, it's true. Otherwise, our group wouldn't have been beaten so badly by this person. Sir, this person is so arrogant and doesn't put our blood refining mansion in his eyes at all. Don't you think we should punish him?" The brawny man in blood-red armor raised his head with difficulty and said with a forced smile, "What's the origin of this person?" The man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes asked calmly. The brawny man in blood-red armor's eyes flickered and smiled awkwardly. This person didn't say, and we don't have the ability to do so. You don't even know his origin. You're just a bunch of trash." The man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes slowly stood up. Suddenly, the blood chi in the hall surged like a roaring dragon. Pucci, the brawny man in blood-red armor's face turned pale. Under the pressure of the blood chi, he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was terrified to the extreme. He knew very well how cruel and terrifying the sir in front of him was. Although he hadn't been in office for a long time, his strength made many of the other generals in the Blood Jade County fearful and fearful. The new general in front of him was said to be a genius who was qualified to challenge for the position of the #1 general in Blood Jade County. In addition, he was an extremely tyrannical existence. If he was in a bad mood, he could even kill his subordinates. Get lost and find out where that person is. If you can't even do this, you can bring your own head to me. The man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes waved his right hand, and the blood chi in the surroundings suddenly disappeared and was absorbed into his palm. "Yes, yes, thank you, sir." The brawny man in blood-red armor repeatedly kowtowed and then left the hall in fear. He's also from the 4 great regions. If it's that guy, he might have become a saint by now. I just don't know what level his cultivation has reached. The man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes slowly walked out of the hall. A gust of wind blew his blood-red hair and revealed his handsome face. He raised his head slightly and looked at the blazing sun in the sky. There was a complicated and nostalgic look in his eyes. At night, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. There was a bright light in his eyes, but he smiled bitterly and said, "It turns out that the relationship between the Blood Refining Mansion and the Green Lotus Mansion was very bad at that time. The 2 manors did not contact each other for thousands of years, so there was no transportation formation between the 2 manors. Chapter 1608, Asking for Trouble in the Baifang's Memories. Although there were several teleportation arrays in the Blood Refining Mansion, none of them led to the Green Lotus Mansion or even the nearby Green Lotus Mansion. As for whether there were other methods, the Baifang's memories didn't mention them. After all, the central region was so big, and the Baifang couldn't have been to every mansion. Coincidentally, the Blood Refining Mansion was a mansion that the Baifang wasn't familiar with. With a light sigh, Zhuowen sat up. He knew that if he wanted to find a suitable route, he would have to go out and ask someone. After calling out to Long Tian, the two of them walked out of the inn. When they reached the entrance, the girl named Xiao Yu was still meditating cross-legged. Zhuowen nodded slightly. This Xiao Yu's requirements for herself were extremely harsh. Whenever she had time, she would spend it on cultivation. Although Zhuowen didn't know why Xiao Yu was so hard-working in her cultivation, Zhuowen appreciated this kind of cultivator who could make up for her lack of talent through hard work. Talent wasn't something that all cultivators possessed. This kind of thing was destined by the heavens and couldn't be changed. Therefore, some people were born geniuses. Just by casually cultivating, they could increase their cultivation to the point where it would take an ordinary cultivator a long time to cultivate. The heavens were unfair, but one's fate was in their own hands. If one's talent wasn't good enough and didn't know how to work hard, then this kind of person would never be able to reach the top. They wouldn't even have the qualifications to climb the peak. As for someone like Xiao Yu, her talent might not be comparable to those monstrous geniuses, but if she worked hard in her cultivation, there would be a day when she would have a harvest of her own. The two of you only stayed here for a day, and already went out. Xiao Yu slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhuowen and Long Tian in surprise. Yes, there are some things that we need to do, Zhuowen said with a smile. Xiao Yu frowned and shook her head. You two are wasting spirit stones like this. Both of you have already paid the monthly payment, so you can cultivate for a month before going out. This way, you won't waste spirit stones and won't delay your cultivation. This is the best of both worlds. Hearing Xiao Yu's reproachful words, Long Tian's gaze was a little strange. If Xiao Yu was aware of their cultivation, she would not have said such words. When Long Tian wanted to remind her, Zhuowen raised his hand to stop Long Tian. He smiled at Xiao Yu and said, Miss Xiao Yu is right. However, this matter is very important to the two of us, so we have to go out and do it. Xiao Yu frowned and sighed. Since that is the case, you can leave. Remember to come back early. Cultivation is not easy. Time is extremely precious to us cultivators. Zhuowen smiled. With his cultivation, he could completely ignore Xiao Yu's reminder. However, this was the latter's good intention. Zhuowen naturally wouldn't expose her, nor would he show off his cultivation. After Zhuowen and Long Tian left, Xiao Yu shook her head slightly and muttered to herself, The aura of the two of them isn't strong. They are around the low-level Emperor realm. In this Blood Justice County, they can be considered as the lowest level of existence. They actually didn't work hard to cultivate, because Zhuowen and Long Tian had concealed most of their aura. Xiao Yu could sense that their auras were equivalent to low-level Emperor realm cultivators. After leaving the Peace Inn, Zhuowen strolled on the streets while Long Tian respectfully followed behind him. Zhuowen and Long Tian strolled around the Blood Justice County for half a day. This time, their speed was obviously much faster than before. After asking around for a long time, Zhuowen and Long Tian didn't manage to obtain any valuable information. In the Blood Justice County, most of the cultivators were at the bottom. Many of them had never even left the Blood Refining Mansion. It was like a blind man trying to find the way to the Green Lotus Mansion from these people. My lord, ordinary cultivators probably don't know how to get to the Green Lotus Mansion. If we continue like this, we will just be wasting our time. Long Tian said, helplessly. It is said that the mansion master of the blood refining mansion is called Shwe Hentian. As the mansion master, I'm afraid he definitely knows the specific way to the Green Lotus Mansion, Zhuowen said as he raised his head, his sharp eyes focused on the center of the Blood Justice County, where a huge blood-red building was located. The blood-red building was shaped like an ancient giant beast. There were many blood-red horns protruding from its surface. It looked quite ferocious. The blood-red building was the mansion of the mansion master of the blood refining mansion, Shwe Hentian, in the Blood Justice County. It was a huge building that everyone looked up to. My lord, are you planning to barge into Shwe Hentian's mansion? Long Tian asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Although Long Tian didn't know much about the central region, he knew that the mansion masters of the 99 mansions in the central region were all terrifyingly powerful. The strength of Shwe Hentian, the mansion master of the blood refining mansion, was considered average among the 99 mansion masters. It was said that his cultivation had reached the heaven-defying saint realm. Moreover, Shwe Hentian had emerged from countless battles. His strength was much stronger than an ordinary heaven-defying saint realm expert. He wasn't someone that an ordinary heaven-defying saint realm expert could compare with. Although Zhuowen was strong, Long Tian still didn't think that Zhuowen would be a match for Shwe Hentian. Of course not. How could anyone who can become the lord of a manor be mediocre and simple? Zhuowen said indifferently. Then my lord. Long Tian said with some doubts. If you become a general of the blood refining mansion and become a senior in the blood refining mansion, you'll be able to enter Shwe Hentian's mansion. At that time, you should be able to find out some secrets about the Green Lotus Mansion, Zhuowen said. Long Tian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden uproar. Then, dense and orderly footsteps came from the corner ahead. The footsteps were like metal stepping on the ground. It was crisp and pleasing to the ear. There was even a hint of metal in the sound. The cultivators on both sides of the street made way. Soon after, a group of aggressive blood-armored soldiers appeared from the corner. The leader of the group was a brawny man in blood-armored armor. It's this guy again. Long Tian's eyes focused on the brawny man in blood armor. His expression immediately became somewhat gloomy. He naturally recognized this brawny man in blood armor. He was the captain when they first arrived at the Blood Flow Valley yesterday. I finally found you. The brawny man in blood armor's eyes flashed. He laughed heartily as he led the group of blood-armored soldiers in front of Zhuowen and Long Tian. What's going on? Aren't these the elite soldiers of the Blood General Pavilion? Why have they been brought out? These two are going to be unlucky. I wonder what they've offended the Blood General Pavilion. To think that the Blood General Pavilion would dispatch their elite troops to surround them. The warriors who had originally avoided the two sides of the street began to discuss spiritedly when they saw this scene. Their eyes flickered as they wantonly commented. The Blood General of the Blood General Pavilion was extremely famous in the Blood Jade County. Moreover, this Blood General had defeated the other generals not long after he became a general. His momentum was comparable to the number 1 general, and he could be considered an influential figure in the Blood Jade County. The elite troops of the Blood General Pavilion were also extremely easy to identify. Those who wore blood-colored armor were the soldiers of the Blood General Pavilion. Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent as he stared at the brawny man in blood armor and said indifferently, "A good dog doesn't block the way. Don't you know that? Or did I go too easy on you last time, and you want to be crippled before you're satisfied?" The brawny man in blood armor's gaze turned cold as he involuntarily took a step back, a look of lingering fear on his face. The scene of him being sent flying by a single punch from the youth in front of him in the Blood Flow Valley was still vivid in his mind. He clearly understood that the youth before him could kill him if he wanted to. However, if he didn't complete the mission given to him by the Blood General, he would probably die. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he said in a deep voice, "Our Blood General Pavilion's master, Lord Blood General, wishes to see you." "Is there a need to mobilize so many people just to see me?" Zhuowen said indifferently. "Humph. These are the elite troops of the Blood General Pavilion. Their combined strength is terrifying. Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated me before. Let me tell you now, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well." The brawny man in blood armor glanced at the elite troops behind him. He seemed to have gained a lot of courage as he spoke in a shaky voice. "Is that so?" Zhuowen smiled and took a step forward. A gust of wind rose from his feet and soared into the sky. Rumble! With one step, dense cracks began to appear on the ground under his feet. These cracks crisscrossed and covered the ground. The brawny man in blood armor narrowed his eyes as he stared at the youth who had taken a step forward. At this moment, the youth's aura had reached an unprecedented level of terror. He felt as if he was not facing a person at this moment, but a lofty mountain that he could only look up to. Crack, crack, crack. Zhuowen suddenly took a second step. His aura was even stronger than before. The cracks on the ground were even more terrifying, almost spreading across the entire street. Thump, thump, thump. Zhuowen took 8 steps forward in a row. His aura rose with each step. When he took the last step, he was already 3 meters away from the brawny man in blood armor. The moment Zhuowen's aura reached its peak, the entire street began to shake violently. Then, the ground completely cracked. The buildings on both sides collapsed into countless pieces. On the street, many cultivators fled like birds startled by the twang of a bow, leaving this street far away. The brawny man in blood armor's legs trembled. He actually knelt on the ground with a plop. Under this terrifying aura, the soldiers behind him could not even straighten their backs. It was as if an extremely heavy mountain was pressing down on them. What is your cultivation level? How can you have such a terrifying aura?" The brawny man in blood armor cried out in shock. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he had been in such a hurry to find this devil in front of him. He should have waited for the Blood General to come before attacking. Chapter 1609. Blood Demon, kneel! Zhuowen's voice was like the might of the heavens as his aura suddenly changed. Like a mountain, it ruthlessly pressed down on the brawny man and the blood-armored soldiers behind him. Plop! Plop! The brawny man spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs trembled as he directly knelt on the ground. Naturally, the blood-armored soldiers behind him were not spared as they all knelt on the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This scene caused many of the surrounding cultivators to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. The elite troops of the Blood General Pavilion were actually unable to withstand this person's aura and had knelt down. Exactly how terrifying was this person? Long Tian stared at Zhuowen's back. The shock in his heart was no less than the onlookers. Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. "You said that the Blood General of the Blood General Pavilion wants to see me? Are you planning to capture me?" Zhuowen looked down at the brawny man in blood-armored armor and asked nonchalantly. The brawny man in blood-armored armor lowered his head and maintained his silence. However, he was secretly complaining in his heart. This person was just too powerful. He was probably close to the Blood General of the Blood General Pavilion. Swoosh! A terrifying bloody aura suddenly appeared in the sky above the ruined street. This bloody aura transformed into a huge dragon and swooped down towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen suddenly threw out a punch. Saint energy poured out like a waterfall, causing the surrounding air to flow in reverse and space to shatter. When this punch landed on the dragon, a ring-shaped shockwave erupted, causing the entire street to tremble violently. Zhuowen retreated several feet. With a wave of his sleeve, he dissipated the impact of the collision. He stood up straight as the wind whistled. His long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He lifted his head and saw a man with blood-red hair and eyes in the sky. He was stepping on endless bloody aura as he walked over. The dragon from before was formed by the bloody aura around this man. Its power was extremely terrifying. General, the moment Zhuowen retreated, the terrifying aura on his body completely collapsed. The burly man in blood-red armor and the others naturally regained their freedom. They stood up and stared excitedly at the blood-haired man, who was walking through the air. The man with blood-red hair and eyes landed in front of the crimson-armored man and the others. He nodded gently before his gaze landed on Zhuowen and Long Tian. He said indifferently, "The two of you are from the 4 major regions." Zhuowen stared at the man with red hair and red eyes in a strange manner. He did not answer the man's question directly. Instead, he sighed inwardly. "I didn't expect to meet him in the blood-refining residence. It seems like he returned to the Central Plains." Zhuowen's silence caused the blood-haired, blood-eyed man to be somewhat displeased. He frowned slightly, and just as he was about to attack, his pupils suddenly shrank. He carefully sized up Zhuowen from head to toe, his brows furrowed as he revealed a pondering expression. "The two of us are indeed from the 4 major regions. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first," Zhuowen said indifferently. He planned to leave with Long Tian. "Wait!" The crimson-haired man suddenly called out to Zhuowen, and Zhuowen turned to the crimson-haired man and said, "May I know what advice you have for me, General?" A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of the man's mouth. "Brother, why don't you make a trip to my Blood General Pavilion? There are some things that I would like to ask you. Of course, it's to convince you of my sincerity." With that, the man grinned. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the crimson-armored man behind him. "General, wait. What are you doing?" The crimson-armored man did not expect the man to make a move. He could not help screaming and struggling. Crack! The crimson-haired man smiled cruelly as he exerted force with his right hand. Instantly, the crimson-armored man let out a shrill cry as he exploded into a bloody mist under the enormous force of the crimson-haired man. The blood mist was sucked into the crimson-haired man's body like a magnet. The crimson-haired man revealed a look of enjoyment. This scene shocked many of the surrounding warriors. Their bodies trembled, and some of them even hid far away in fear. The Blood General was well known in the Blood Azure County. He was ruthless to both his own people and his enemies. The elite troops behind the Blood General's pavilion all looked calm, as if they were used to the Blood General's ruthless behavior. "Take this as an apology to you, brother. Now that I'm sincere enough, I wonder if you can be as sincere as me?" The Blood General grinned. Zhuowen smiled and said, "Since the Blood General is so enthusiastic, I won't spoil the fun." "Ha ha, brother, you're really straightforward. Come with me." The Blood General laughed and waved his right hand. The crimson-armored soldiers behind him retreated, and the Blood General made an inviting gesture to Zhuowen. Zhuowen smiled and followed quietly with Long Tian. "That's terrifying. Who are these two people? How could they make the Blood General treat them so politely? The Blood General should be so courteous because of the young man's strength. Just now, the young man's aura alone caused the entire street to collapse. He must be at least a profound sage, or above to be able to do that." When Zhuo left with the Blood General, the warriors who were hiding far away all rushed back to the street that had already turned into ruins, sighing endlessly. A girl in adult clothes ran all the way and landed at the edge of the ruined street. She was immediately dumbfounded. Just now, she had been attracted by the terrible sound of destruction and hurried over from the door of the inn out of curiosity. The whole street collapsed in an instant. What kind of destructive power could do that? After all, the buildings in the Blood Azure County were not built with ordinary bricks and tiles. These buildings were extremely tough. Even the girl, who was at the peak of the mid-level Martial Emperor realm, could not destroy one of the bricks and tiles even if she used all her strength. The strength of the zombie-faced young man is so terrifying. Just his momentum alone destroyed the whole street. If I had such strength, I'm afraid I would also be treated politely by the famous Blood General. The girl heard the discussion around her. She was shocked and thought of the two people who had walked out. Didn't one of them have a zombie-faced face? Could it be him? The girl was a little absent-minded. She immediately shook her head and said, "Impossible! If that person is really so strong, how could he take a fancy to the Peacein? I thought too much." Thinking of this, the girl laughed at herself and left the street. But when she left, she looked at the ruined street from time to time, her beautiful eyes full of envy and desire. How great would it be if she could possess such power? That way, she might be able to avenge her parents. In the Blood General Pavilion, in a rather secluded pavilion, the Blood General looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, not saying a word. Zhuo stood quietly behind him with Long Tian, looking at the Blood General in front of him calmly. After a long time, the Blood General slowly turned around. He looked at Zhuo and said with a grin, "Brother Zhuo, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has advanced to such a level. It really surprises me." Zhuo narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "How did you recognize me?" The Blood General laughed and said, "It seems that you are indeed Brother Zhuo. As for how I recognized you, it's mainly because of your aura. Although your aura is very hidden, I can still recognize it. After all, we have been together day and night. Apart from your dragon soul, I am the most familiar with your aura." Long Tian looked at the Blood General and Zhuo in surprise. He didn't expect them to be old acquaintances. From their conversation, he could tell that they had known each other for a long time. Zhuo pondered for a moment and said indifferently, "I see. No wonder you could recognize me. However, I didn't expect you to come to the Central Region and become a general of the Blood Refining Mansion after leaving the Demon Sealing Green Coffin. Am I right, Blood Demon? I was originally a creature of the Central Region and was once a member of the Blood Refining Mansion. After you let me go, I followed the route back then and found the teleportation point of the Blood Refining Mansion. Finally, I came to the Blood Refining Mansion. If I didn't have the contact information of a few old guys, I'm afraid my cultivation wouldn't have recovered so quickly." The Blood Demon grinned. Zhuo looked serious. At this moment, the Blood Demon's aura was many times stronger than before. His aura had reached the level of the Sun Sky Saint realm. Moreover, the Blood Demon was an ancient saint-level creature. His battle strength was naturally much stronger than warriors of the same level. If Zhuo were to deal with the Blood Demon, he would need to use his body, which cultivated the physique, to suppress the Blood Demon in front of him. "You should have recognized me after seeing me, right? You must have invited me to your Blood General Pavilion for a reason, right? Speak," Zhuo said indifferently. The Blood Demon chuckled and said, "I like to cooperate with smart people." Speaking of this, the Blood Demon's eyes turned serious, and he continued, I don't know if you know the hierarchy of the blood refining mansion. The blood refining mansion is divided into 4 levels. The first level is the mansion master of the blood refining mansion, Shwe Hentian. He is the strongest person in the blood refining mansion. His cultivation has reached the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. More importantly, he has an immortal saint weapon. Therefore, although he has not reached the immortal saint realm, he can occupy the position of the mansion master. Zhuowen was shocked and said, Shwe Hentian has an immortal saint weapon? The blood demon cast a sidelong glance at Zhuowen and said indifferently, Immortal saint weapons are also divided into 3 levels. They are earthly immortal saint weapons, heavenly immortal saint weapons, and true immortal saint weapons. Chapter 16:10. Blood refining divine pond. Earthly immortal saint weapon? Zhuowen was shocked. No wonder Shwe Hentian could become the mansion master of blood refining mansion when he was only at the heaven-defying saint stage. He had an earthly immortal saint weapon. A celestial saint weapon was much more terrifying than an ascended saint weapon. Although Shwe Hentian was not a celestial saint and could not unleash the full power of an earthly immortal saint weapon, it was still much more terrifying than an ascended saint weapon. The second level is the commander-in-chief. He holds the commander-in-chief seal and controls dozens of counties and millions of troops. The third level is the general, which is my current position. A general can only control a county and hundreds of thousands of troops. He has to listen to the commander-in-chief's orders. I'm the general in the third level. The fourth level is the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief is the general's deputy. He can control tens of thousands of troops under the general's command, but he has to obey the general's orders. When he spoke up to hear, the blood devil stared at Zhuo, one with blazing eyes, and said, Brother Zhuo, I can sense that even though your cultivation is only at the shattering saint realm, your strength is definitely above your cultivation. If I'm not wrong, your strength is comparable to the heavenly Yin saint realm, right? Zhuowen smiled. He did not admit or deny it. Shwe Mo did not care about Zhuowen's attitude, and continued, the previous battle to conquer the nearby prefectures was extremely tragic. It resulted in the death of 2 lower-ranked commander-in-chief. This time, Mansion Master Shwe Hentian has issued an edict to summon all the generals and commander-in-chief of Blood Refining Mansion to Blood Jade County. He plans to choose 2 new commander-in-chief to fill the 2 vacant commander-in-chief's positions. At this point, Bloodseeker stared at Zhuo with a burning gaze. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Since Shwe Mo had said so much, how could he not know what Shwe Mo was planning? Perhaps Shwe Mo wanted Zhuowen to help him fight for the commander-in-chief's position. Zhuowen looked at Shwe Mo quietly and did not say a word. The blood demon smiled and said, Brother Zhuo, don't worry. If you help me this time, I won't mistreat you. You probably don't know this, but the people from the Ice Fire family are also looking for you. It seems like the one who gave the order is the Ice Fire family's young master, Jiang Bin Han. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze turned frosty. That Ice Fire family's young lord was indeed searching for his whereabouts. Luckily, he had already used the 100 transformations technique to change his appearance before entering the 9 Nether Grand Array. Otherwise, he would have been targeted by the Ice Fire family the moment he entered the Blood Refining Mansion. Are you going to use this to threaten me? Zhuowen said in a deep voice as he stared at the blood demon with killing intent in his eyes. Looking at the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, Bloodseeker's body trembled. He didn't know why, but when he saw Zhuowen's eyes that were filled with killing intent, he felt his heart tremble. Although Zhuowen has a lot of trump cards, his cultivation level is too low. I was actually scared by his gaze. The blood demon shook his head and thought to himself. After regaining his senses, The blood demon shook his head and said, "Brother Joie, you're wrong. We've been through life and death together. How can I betray you because of this? After all, I really do need your help. Do you think I'll harm my helper? Moreover, if I obtain the position of commander, I'll be able to enter the blood-refining deity pond once. I can even bring my helper along. Blood-refining deity pond." Zhuowen asked doubtfully. The blood demon explained patiently, "The blood-refining deity pond is a place where Shui Hentian bathes. However, don't underestimate the blood-refining deity pond. The blood-refining deity pond is filled with surging blood energy. This blood energy can be absorbed and transformed into saint energy. I see that your cultivation level has reached the shattering profound saint realm. If you can enter the blood-refining deity pond, you can at least reach the peak of the shattering profound saint realm. If you have an epiphany, I'm afraid you can naturally advance to the heavenly saint realm." Zhuowen was shocked and asked, "Does the blood-refining deity pond really have such a powerful effect?" Of course. In the blood-refining mansion, there are a total of 8 commanders. The weakest of the 8 commanders is at the peak of the Yang Sky Saint realm, and the strongest has reached the heaven-defying saint realm. They're almost on par with Shui Hentian. These 8 commanders had soaked in the blood-refining deity pond before, so their cultivation level was extremely fast. In the end, they reached their current level. Do you think the blood-refining deity pond's effect is great? The blood demon's eyes were blazing. It was obvious that he also yearned for the blood-refining deity pond. Looking at the blood demon's expression, Zhuowen knew that the blood demon was not lying. This made him a little tempted, but he could not completely trust the blood demon. After all, the blood demon was not a kind person. Therefore, Zhuowen was still secretly on guard. Of course, if you choose to stay in the blood-refining mansion, I can ask the mansion master to grant you the position of a general and control the military power of a county. What do you think? The blood demon asked. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. My purpose in coming to the Central Region is not the blood-refining mansion, but the Green Lotus Mansion. Moreover, I have other matters to attend to. It's impossible for me to stay in the blood-refining mansion. Since you're from the Central Region, you should know how to get to the Green Lotus Mansion from the blood-refining mansion, right?" As he spoke, Zhuowen looked at the blood demon. The blood demon nodded and said in a deep voice, "I do know about this. However, the relationship between the blood-refining mansion and the Green Lotus Mansion is not good. There is no teleportation array between the 2 mansions. Therefore, if you want to go to the Green Lotus Mansion, you will have to cross the mansions." The blood demon waved his sleeve and handed the jade slip to Zhuowen. He said, "This jade slip records the route from the blood-refining mansion to the Green Lotus Mansion. You just need to follow the route. However, the distance between the 2 mansions is not small. It's much farther than the 4 mansions. If you rely on yourself, I'm afraid it will take you a long time. I suggest that you ride the Chaos Beast to the Green Lotus Mansion. However, it will be extremely expensive for you." After checking the jade slip, Zhuowen put it away and asked in astonishment, "Chaos Beast? What's that?" The Chaos Beast is a kind of strange beast bred by the Chaos Temple. This strange beast is born with the law of space. However, it is docile and does not take the initiative to attack. It is extremely fast. The Chaos Temple specializes in breeding these chaos beasts. They are used as mounts to cross the mansions. There are stations for these chaos beasts in every mansions. As long as you buy a ticket, you will be able to enter the Chaos Beast and travel to other mansions. If I'm not wrong, with the speed of the Chaos Beast, it will only take 2 months to travel from the Blood Refining Mansion to the Green Lotus Mansion. The The price of the ticket is also very expensive. I'm afraid you will have to pay the price of a sacred artifact of Een Sky. The blood demon explained to Zhuowen in detail about the Chaos Beast. This gave Zhuowen a better understanding of the Chaos Beast. However, the price of the ticket really shocked Zhuowen. The price of a ticket was actually comparable to a saint artifact of the sky of Intian. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? The blood demon had already expected Zhuowen to be surprised. He said indifferently, "Brother Zhuo, you don't have to be so surprised. You should have seen the route in the Jade Slip. Although your speed is fast, it will take you at least 10 years to travel such a long distance, even if you use the law of space with all your strength. This is under the condition that you are working day and night. If you have to rest during this period, I'm afraid that even 10 years won't be enough." Hearing this, Zhuowen was silent for a moment. In the end, he nodded and said, "I know. Since Brother Blood Demon can tell me this, I am very grateful." "Hey, Brother Zhuo, you are being too serious. Given our relationship, as long as Brother Zhuo can help me win the position of commander, I will pay the fare to the Green Lotus Mansion for you. I will also let Brother Zhuo enter the Blood Refinement Divine Pond," the blood demon said in a forthright manner. Zhuowen smiled slightly, but his heart was cold. He knew that the blood demon would not be so kind. How could he pay the fare for him? However, the Blood Refinement Divine Pond was indeed very tempting to Zhuowen. Brother Blood Demon's kindness is difficult to decline. I naturally have no reason to refuse. Also, I hope that Brother Blood Demon will remember your promise," Zhuowen said meaningfully. The blood demon laughed heartily and said, "Of course. By the way, the commander battle will begin in 7 days. At that time, the other generals will also bring their helpers. I hope that Brother Zhuo can make a trip to my Blood General Pavilion. At that time, we will enter the Blood Refinement Mansion together." Zhuowen nodded. The Blood Refinement Mansion was the core area of the Blood Refinement Mansion. It was also a huge mansion where Shui Hentian was located. "Then I will take my leave first. We will meet again in 7 days." After speaking, Zhuowen turned and left the hall. The blood demon's eyes slowly narrowed. After Zhuowen left, the blood demon sneered and said, "Zhuowen, oh Zhuowen, I really did not expect that I, Blood Demon, would be so lucky to meet you in the Blood Refinement Mansion. If it were not for the fact that you are still of great use, I am afraid that I would have already reported this to the Ice Fire family. However, now is not the time. You still have to be my scapegoat in the commander battle. You have many uses, so you cannot die yet." After speaking, the Blood Demon entered the depths of the pavilion. The originally quiet pavilion was suddenly filled with a strange smell of blood. Zhuowen, the blood demon, is not a good person. Cooperating with him is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. On the street, Xiaohei's voice slowly resounded in Zhuowen's mind. "I naturally know about this. However, the Blood Refinement Divine Pond that the blood demon mentioned is very attractive to me. That thing can at least raise my cultivation to the peak of the fragmented profound saint realm. I must enter the Blood Refinement Divine Pond at least once. Of course, if the blood demon really has bad intentions, I don't mind killing him." Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He was very clear that if he cultivated like this, it would take him nearly 1,000 years to reach the peak of the fragmented profound saint realm. Although there were still some immortal pills in the Azure Dragon Hall, only the supreme grade immortal pills were useful to him now. However, supreme grade immortal pills were rare in the Azure Dragon Hall. Moreover, Zhuowen had consumed a lot of supreme grade immortal pills. He had a certain resistance to the medicinal properties of supreme-grade immortal pills. Therefore, the effects of the supreme-grade immortal pills were getting worse and worse for him. Chapter 16:11. A dream of eternity. After returning to the inn, Xiao Yu, who was seated cross-legged at the entrance, suddenly stopped Zhuowen and Long Tian. Do you know about the destruction of the nearby streets? Xiao Yu's tone was slightly excited, and at the same time, she asked with a slightly perturbed tone. Zhuowen was stunned, and then he asked with a puzzled expression, the destruction of the streets? I don't know about that, but when I was strolling around with Long Tian, I really did hear a rather loud noise. Could it be that there was a huge battle nearby? Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes dimmed, and then she waved her hand and said, "Since you don't know about it, then forget it. It's said that the destruction of the streets was caused by an extremely powerful young man. Merely the aura that the young man emanated was able to suppress the elites of the Blood General Pavilion to the point they knelt on the ground. It would be great if I possessed that person's strength. Then I would be able to replace my father." Xiao Yu became extremely excited when she spoke about that young man, but she suddenly stopped here, as if there was something that was difficult to mention. Zhuowen was naturally sharp enough to notice Xiao Yu's slip of the tongue, but he didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said, "You're so hardworking, and your talent isn't bad. One day, you'll be able to be like that person." "No, it's impossible for me to be like that person. That person is too strong. So strong that even I feel that I'm unable to reach him." Xiao Yu spoke in a slightly dejected manner. Zhuowen suddenly patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Where there's a will, there's a way. There's nothing in this world that's impossible. The reason you can't do it is because you don't have the confidence and you haven't taken the first step to truly take action. If you want to succeed, then you have to be down to earth and take it step by step. Don't bite off more than you can chew, because that will only lead to failure in the end." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen led Long Tian into the inn, and only Xiao Yu was left staring blankly at Zhuowen's back as a trace of an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. After returning to his room, Zhuowen sat cross-legged in the room. In order to prevent others from disturbing him, Zhuowen set up layers of restrictions in the room. 3 days later, Zhuowen, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A yellow light burst out from between his eyebrows, and then the old fox Cheng Huang proudly appeared in front of Zhuowen with a porcelain bottle in hand. "Zhuowen, I've already refined the golden lightning body tempering slurry. Take it." As Cheng Huang spoke, it tossed its little paw, and the porcelain bottle floated above Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen slowly opened the cork. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning shot into the sky. The golden lightning was accompanied by the golden liquid, which transformed into a lightning dragon in midair. As soon as the lightning dragon appeared, it roared and charged towards Zhuowen. Waves of dragon roars resounded in his ears. "Bastard!" Zhuowen's gaze was cold. His right hand formed into a claw and suddenly clenched. The lightning dragon that was formed by the golden lightning body tempering slurry was directly grabbed by his hand. No matter how much the lightning dragon roared, it was unable to break free from Zhuowen's claw. Zhuowen squeezed his right hand, and the lightning dragon collapsed. It turned back into the golden liquid and flowed into the porcelain bottle. Then Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and a clone appeared in front of him. This clone was naturally the clone formed by the great Success Saint body. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as Zhuowen's. The only difference was that there was a faint golden light flickering on its body. It looked much more dazzling than Zhuowen's original body. Use this golden lightning body tempering slurry to refine your physique. Perhaps you can raise your great Success Saint body to a higher level. Zhuowen threw the porcelain bottle to the clone, and the clone meticulously received it. Then it followed Zhuowin's instructions and sat cross-legged in the corner of the room. It planned to use the golden lightning body tempering slurry in the porcelain bottle, the original body and the clone cultivated at the same time, and 4 days quietly passed. On the night of the 7th day, dark clouds covered the sky. The dark clouds lingered in the sky like a huge black dragon. On the roof of the piece, a dark shadow flickered. Whoosh! The dark shadow's body was as light as smoke. As it flickered, it did not even cause the slightest sound of wind. It was as if it was a real shadow. Suddenly, the dark shadow stopped on the eaves on the left side. He bent his body and reached down with his right hand. Then he gently lifted a tile. The dark shadow took out a jade-colored tube from his bosom. A wisp of invisible gas gushed out from the tube's opening. The gas spread out at an extremely fast speed. It was like a snake that instantly filled every room in the Peace Inn. In an instant, in the guest rooms of the Peace Inn, almost all the cultivators felt dizzy. Then they fell unconscious. In a brightly lit room, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged on the bed. She slowly breathed and cultivated. She did not waste any time that could be used to cultivate. My head, why do I feel dizzy all of a sudden? Xiao Yu slowly opened her eyes. She raised her right hand and pressed it against her forehead as she muttered softly. However, she quickly realized something and quickly held her breath. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Her cultivation had reached the 6th level Emperor realm. She was very clear that if she did not want to sleep, she could completely suppress the drowsiness. But now, the drowsiness was like a maggot that lingered in her mind. It was impossible to get rid of it. It seemed that she could completely fall asleep at any time under the drowsiness. With her keen intuition, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Therefore, she immediately held her breath. Your vigilance is not bad. You actually managed to smell the difference in my dream of eternity incense. A sinister voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Yu's room. Xiao Yu was startled. She gloomily discovered that a slender figure was slowly walking towards her. This person was dressed in black, and his face was covered with a black cloth. Only a pair of sinister eyes could be seen. He coldly stared at Xiao Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Step by step, he walked towards her. His gaze was like a cat that was playing with a mouse. He was very clear that although Xiao Yu had noticed that something was wrong and held her breath, she had still inhaled a small portion of the dream of eternity incense. At this moment, she was probably powerless and unable to resist. Who are you? Why did you put the sleeping incense in our Peace Inn? Xiao Yu forcefully calmed herself down and asked. The black-clothed man laughed coldly and didn't answer Xiao Yu's question. He slowly walked in front of Xiao Yu, and with a flick of his right hand, he tore Xiao Yu's outer clothes into pieces, revealing her pink undergarment and her snow-white shoulders. Such a beautiful scene was enough to make many men's blood boil. Ah! Xiao Yu screamed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shame and anger as she stared at the black-clothed man in front of her. The black-clothed man did not have any lewd look in his eyes. He placed his right hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder, and a thread of saint energy entered Xiao Yu's body. Puchi! Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful face was pale and bloodless. She stared at the black-clothed man in front of her with shame and anger. The black-clothed man did not pay any attention to Xiao Yu. Instead, he continued to pour saint energy into Xiao Yu's body. So hot! Suddenly, Xiao Yu's face flushed red. She could not help but moan. Soon after, a fiery red mark appeared on her collarbone. If one were to look at it carefully, this fiery red mark was like 9 suns. It was arranged in a specific path. As expected, you have the 9 suns physique. Sir Manager's guess was accurate. You are indeed the descendant of the 9 suns, heavenly monarch. Ha ha, the heavens reward those who persevere. The black-clothed man laughed heartily. His right hand moved as he wanted to grab Xiao Yu's neck and take her away. Boom. However, just as the black-clothed man was about to grab Xiao Yu, the floor beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. Soon after, a skinny claw grabbed the black-clothed man's right leg and pulled him down. The black-clothed man was caught off guard and was pulled down by the claw. Fortunately, most of the people in the Peace Inn had been knocked out by the dream of an eternity. Therefore, it did not cause much of a commotion. Boom. The black-clothed man reacted quickly. He threw out a punch and forced the owner of the skinny claw back. The black-clothed man took a few steps back and stared coldly at the old man in front of him. He said, "It seems like you are also a remnant of the 9 Suns Heavenly Monarchs faction. I did not expect that you would dare to open an inn in the Blood Jade County. It was really difficult for us to find you. Who are you? Who sent you here? Could it be Xue Hentian?" Opposite the black-clothed man was a white-haired old man. He was Xiao Yu's grandfather and the shopkeeper of the Peace Inn. At this moment, the white-haired old man's face was extremely solemn. "Hee, the mansion master does not know about this. It was the head steward who sent me to test her. I did not expect that the little girl really has the 9 Suns constitution. You are all remnants of the 9 Suns Heavenly Monarchs faction. You are all finished." The black-clothed man sneered. The white-haired old man's eyes were gloomy. After he checked Xiao Yu's room and found that she was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. "You are really despicable. You actually used sleeping incense in my inn." The white-haired old man said coldly, "Hee, don't you know that the one who strikes first has the advantage? Moreover, I know that you have also been poisoned by the dream of an eternity. How much strength can you use now?" The black-clothed man sneered. The white-haired old man's eyes were gloomy. He said coldly, "It is enough to deal with you." "Ha, what a joke." The black-clothed man raised his head and laughed. His eyes instantly became gloomy and cold. Then he disappeared on the spot like a puff of green smoke. When he appeared again, he was still in front of the white-haired old man. His hand was extremely fast, and it was like lightning. In an instant, his hand imprinted on the white-haired old man's chest. The white-haired old man roared and pushed out his right hand. Terrifying Saint Power was pushed out, and he wanted to block the black-clothed man's attack. Pucci. Unfortunately, the white-haired old man, who had been drugged by the sleeping incense, was at a disadvantage. The instant he blocked the black-clothed man's attack, his defense crumbled inch by inch. That open hand imprinted itself on the old man's chest unimpeded. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The direction that the white-haired old man was sent flying was coincidentally the room that Zhuowen was staying in. "Grandfather!" Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes were shocked, and she could not help but scream. "Rumble!" The white-haired old man smashed into the floor above, passing through it and landing in a room. Chapter 16:12. A drop of yellow spring Pucci. The white-haired old man spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body trembled. He wanted to stand up, but due to his heavy injuries and the effect of the dream of eternity, he no longer had the strength to fight. "Hee, old fart, you've been hit by the dream of eternity, and now you've even received my full strength attack. Even if your cultivation has reached the profound glimpse saint realm, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. You're not my opponent at all." The black-clothed man laughed nastily as he took a step forward. His speed was as fast as lightning as he charged towards the white-haired old man. "No, grandfather!" Xiao Yu's face was filled with tears as she clenched her fists tightly. However, due to the knockout incense, she couldn't move at all. She could only watch as the black-clothed man got closer and closer to the white-haired old man. At this moment, Xiao Yu hated herself for being weak more and more. If she had powerful strength, she wouldn't have been hit by the dream of eternity and wouldn't be like this, where she could only watch her grandfather fight in front of her, while she was powerless to do anything. The white-haired old man barely propped himself up. The veins on his face bulged as beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. It was as if he was enduring unbearable pain. However, he soon discovered that there was someone else in the room. Furthermore, this person wasn't affected by the dream of eternity and had fainted. Instead, he was full of energy. The white-haired old man stared at Zhuowen, who had stood up from the bed, in astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim, "Guest, it's you?" However, the white-haired old man soon saw another figure in the room. This figure's entire body was covered in golden veins that overflowed with golden light. It was like the sun, extremely blazing and dazzling. Moreover, this figure's appearance was exactly the same as Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Without a doubt, this golden figure was probably this person's external incarnation. Moreover, what made the white-haired old man even more astonished was that this guest, who had stayed in a few days ago, wasn't affected by the dream of eternity at all. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and kept his external incarnation into the Azure Dragon Hall. However, his gaze was extremely gloomy. Earlier, he was meditating, and he had set up a powerful restriction around the room, so he was fully immersed in his cultivation and did not deliberately sense the outside world. Yet now, the battle between the white-haired old man and the black-robed man had directly broken through his seals, rousing him from his cultivation state. His clones had been completely exposed as well. This had crossed his bottom line. Although Zhuowen appeared to be rather calm on the surface, his heart was erupting with fury like a volcano. He, 9 suns heavenly venerates remnants, die. Once I'm done with you, I'll bring back that little girl with the bloodline of the 9 suns, heavenly monarch. That'll be a great merit. At this moment, the black-clothed man's speed was as fast as lightning. He instantly swept into Zhuowen's room. Although he had also noticed Zhuowen, who had stood up, the black-clothed man's speed was as fast as lightning. Although the black-clothed man was rather surprised that this person had not been affected by the dream of an eternity, the aura on Zhuowen's body was not strong, so he did not pay too much attention to it. Once he was done with the white-haired old man, he would deal with this guy who didn't know what was good for him. At this thought, the black-clothed man's speed increased. His right hand was like a poisonous snake as it cut through the void and turned into a knife hand. Instantly, a sharp and terrifying knife chi erupted from his knife hand, intending to completely bury the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's expression changed slightly. He clenched his right hand and was about to use a desperate move when a slender figure slowly walked in front of him. "Dear guest, you—" The white-haired old man was rather stunned. The black-clothed man also saw the young man in front of the white-haired old man. His gaze was extremely dark as he coldly said, "Ungrateful fellow, you actually dare to stop me from killing someone. You are simply courting death. Fine, I'll kill you first and take that old man's life later." Whoosh! The black-clothed man's momentum did not diminish. His knife hand instantly swept over, aiming at Zhuowen's heart and violently drilling into it. However, when the knife hand was just a few inches away from Zhuowen's heart, the black-clothed man was stunned to find that his knife hand could no longer move forward. This was because Zhuowen's right hand had reached out and firmly grasped his own right hand. This hand was like an iron hoop that firmly grasped his right hand, making it impossible for him to move even if he wanted to. "What? Let go of me!" The black-clothed man roared loudly as the saint energy in his body gushed out. This black-clothed man's saint energy contained the law of wind. Gusts of wind roared and formed a cyclone that directly attacked Zhuowen. Unfortunately, the moment the black-clothed man's saint energy gushed out, it was violently twisted by Zhuowen. The saint energy that swept out was immediately annihilated by the intense pain. "Kacha!" Zhuowen showed no mercy. With a rip of his right hand, a majestic saint energy that was like a mountain crushed down. Suddenly, the black-clothed man's right hand was directly torn off. Blood spurted out like a torrential rain, splattering all over the sky. "Ah!" The black-clothed man cried out in agony as he retreated, trying to escape from this place. However, Zhuowen's speed was much faster than him. His right hand reached out and grabbed the black-clothed man's neck from behind. With a violent swing, the black-clothed man was ruthlessly thrown onto the ground like a piece of trash. Boom! The black-clothed man was directly embedded into the ground 10s of meters deep. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The meridians in his body were all ruptured by Zhuowen's saint energy, leaving him with only a single breath left. All of this happened in an instant before the white-haired old man, and Xiaoyu could even react. The black-clothed man, who was full of vigor, was beaten by Zhuowen to the point that he could not even fight back. The white-haired old man's body trembled as he looked at Zhuowen's back. His eyes were filled with fear and dread. The black-clothed man's cultivation was similar to his at the glimpse profound saint realm. Even if the white-haired old man was not hit by the eternal dream, he might not be able to defeat the black-clothed man. However, this guest who had just moved in not long ago was able to beat the black-clothed man to the brink of death in just a few breaths of time. What kind of strength did he need to achieve this? Moreover, the white-haired old man could not help but think of the external incarnation that he had seen in the room earlier that was covered with golden veins. He could feel that the strange external incarnation gave him a sense of crisis that was even more terrifying than the young man in front of him. At this moment, the zombie-faced young man in front of him seemed rather mysterious in the eyes of the white-haired old man. So strong. Through the gap in the room, Xiaoyu had also seen the battle just now. After she came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Zhuo Wen's back. "Sir, this subordinate is useless. I was hit by the sleeping incense." At this moment, Long Tian staggered out of the room. His footsteps were weak, his body was weak, and his face was filled with shame. "It's okay. The sleeping incense's effect has a certain limit. Go back and rest well. The effects of the medicine should be gone by tomorrow," Zhuowen said as he took a step forward. With a suction force from his right hand, the black-clothed man embedded more than 10 meters deep in the ground was suddenly pulled out by him. "Who sent you? Why did you disturb my cultivation?" Zhuowen said coldly. The mask on the black-clothed man's face had already fallen off. He stared at Zhuowen in front of him and repeatedly shook his head. "Sir, please spare my life. This subordinate's target was not you. This subordinate's target was the old man and the girl. The one who disturbed your cultivation was that old man. He was the one who broke into your room and disturbed your peace." At this moment, the black-clothed man was complaining incessantly. If he knew that such a fiend was staying in the Peace Inn, he would not have dared to enter the inn alone. In fact, the black-clothed man couldn't be blamed. The Peace Inn was the cheapest inn in the Blood Jade County. The cultivators who stayed there were mostly at the bottom of the Blood Jade County. It was impossible for there to be any powerful cultivators. This was also the reason why the black-clothed man was so fearless and came to the Peace Inn alone to test Xiao Yu's strength. If he knew that there was such a strong expert like Zhuowen in the Peace Inn, he would rather die than come here alone. Bullshit. If it wasn't for you, would I have disturbed this, sir? The white-haired old man's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but angrily shout. Zhuowen's expression did not change as he coldly stared at the black-clothed man. A burst of murderous intent burst out, causing the black-clothed man's hair to stand on end. The black-clothed man was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Sir, let me live, and I will tell you the purpose of my visit. You are not qualified to bargain in front of me." Zhuowen's eyes revealed an impatient expression as he stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a huge yellow spring shadow gushed out from the void behind him. The yellow spring shadow instantly engulfed the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's body trembled and twitched continuously. In the end, his body shriveled up and turned into a shriveled corpse. The yellow spring shadow swept over and disappeared into the void. On Zhuowen's palm, there was a drop of yellow liquid floating. This drop of liquid contained a dense death intent. Within this death intent, it was as if life and death were alternating in this drop of liquid, forming a balance as if it was a reincarnation cycle. Legend has it that the yellow spring was a river in the depths of the netherworld. The yellow spring could cross one's life and death. It contained the truth of reincarnation. There was a different kind of balance between life and death. Controlling the yellow spring meant that one could live or die. In between life and death, one could become the supreme ruler. Just now, Zhuowen used the yellow spring shadow from the slaughtering finger of yellow spring to kill the black-clothed man. He used the black-clothed man's energy to form this drop of yellow spring. So that's how it is. By using the slaughtering finger of yellow spring to kill people, one can refine them into the yellow spring. If one has committed grave sins, does it mean that one can obtain more yellow spring droplets? Zhuowen licked his lips as his eyes revealed a hint of excitement. He finally knew why the slaughtering finger of yellow spring had such a low threshold as an immortal art. The purpose of this immortal art was to let you kill and cultivate more yellow spring droplets. If a yellow spring was formed in the end, the power of this immortal art would probably shock the entire world. Of course, this path was naturally filled with uncertainty. After all, killing a person only allowed one drop of yellow spring to be formed. To form a huge yellow spring, how many lives would it take?